Good morning. The pardon board is called to order. It is 9:01 a.m. Today is Monday, June 2nd, 2025. Would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Lawson,
Here.
Ms. Stapleton,
Here.
Mr. Prater,
Here.
Mr. Tillers,
Here.
Mr. Freeman,
Here.
Madam Chair, we have a call.
Thank you. We will allow public comment on requests before any action item this morning. Our first regular business agenda item is review and approval of the minutes from Monday, May 12th, 2025, which are in your packets. Are there any corrections? No corrections. I'll entertain a motion to adopt.
Madam Chairman, I'll make a motion to adopt minutes.
I'll second it.
We have a motion by Mrs. Stapleton, a second by Mr. Prater to approve the minutes. Any objection? Thank you. Hearing none, the minutes are approved. Our next item is consideration of applicants for clemency or pardon. We have some housekeeping business before we hear our first case. First, on the docket this morning is Jacob Guillory, DOC number 117391. His case is being rescheduled due to some medical issues. We also have a request to reschedule by Kevin Goodley, DOC number 411386. On advice of attorney, he's requesting to reschedule, so that is a matter that we'll be voting on. Is there any questions about his request? Hearing none, we'll take the vote. And Mr. Freeman, his case was assigned to you, so we'd ask for your vote first.
I vote to grant extension.
Okay, Mr. Tillers,
I agree.
Mrs. Stapleton,
I agree.
and Mr. Prater.
Agree.
And I do too, vote to grant his request to reschedule. Thank you. So we'll be ready for our first case. And that is Mr. Kelly. Good morning, sir. Just step up to the podium. Good morning. Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Would you introduce yourself, sir? Tell us your name and your current mailing address.
My name is GERALD Kelly. I have 3 counts of armed robbery, running for 99 years.
Yeah, we're going to get into that. I just want to know what's your mailing address.
Ma'am?
Your mailing address.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's
It's 421 Birchwood Street, Monroe, Louisiana, 71203.
okay. Thank you, sir. We'll first, before we get started, I'd like to recognize the folks who joined us today. We have your brother Woodrow Kelly, Rodney Dew, and Gerald Jackson. Welcome, and all of whom will be speaking on your behalf.
Yes.
We also have here representing, we have Laura Abbey, a victim, Sylvia Abbey and Eugene Abbey, parents of Laura, who are here. Miss Laura Abbey will be speaking at the appropriate time. We'll call for her remarks. First, let me just read some identifying information into the record, and then you can tell us whatever you plan to say. So, Mr. Kelly, your DOC number is 128004. You were sentenced in December 1989 in Washita Parish. As you mentioned, 3 counts of armed robbery. You received 33 years on each count. Those terms are running consecutively, so it was a 99-year sentence. You were paroled in July of 2012. So now you're seeking a commutation of your sentence. Is all that information correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so your case has been assigned to Mr. Prater, but before I turn it over to him, Mr. Kelly, tell us about yourself and why are you seeking release?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I seek relief today. I was diagnosed with cancer 3 years ago. Had 2 different forms of cancer. Hardship of parole and parole fee. I have to receive my a treatment from the VA hospital in Shreveport, which is, it cost me roughly $60 a trip. And I had to go sometimes twice a week. And at least every other week, every other month, I had surgeries, procedures, and tests. I'm presently living on my Social Security benefits, most of which I acquired before I was incarcerated, which afforded me, because I got a work history, and the budget's limited. For a limited budget, that $60, $63 will be just a gift. I'm not asking that my conviction be thrown out. All I'm asking is that my sentence be run concurrent. Judge Pistelka that sentenced me, he had the discretion, rightly so, to give me sentences running consecutive or concurrent. It was actually my crimes were a crime spree. I come back from the military, and my wife was seriously ill and had a mental breakdown. She was in the hospital, in and out, and I just needed some money. Was brought up good, had good parents, good life, but it was too much stress. I didn't know how to deal with it. I was a young man. And I regret it to this day. I made that decision. And I just had more to look at the volume of the record that I'm looking for today. This is master. All the originals. I figured the best way I could show remorse for what I done was trying to be the best version of myself that I could be. And 23 years at Angle did that. I was involved in all the self-help programs I could get in. I've learned the skills that I will need to be successful on release. And I think that's the case. I've been committed more in my community. My staff is ministry and help the elderly. I had to do it because I suffered one of the worst spirits, person incarcerated, get endured, and losing your mother. And while I was a peer minister at Angola, I talked to hundreds of men, and that was always the worst spirit that their mothers would pass before they could get out. And that happened. So that was part of my ministry to help the elderly. With this hand up. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So we'll hear first from your, from the folks who want to speak on your behalf. So, could we hear from your brother, Mr. Woodrow Kelly first?
Does he need?
Yeah, would you step up to the podium, sir, please? Good morning, sir. What would you like to tell us about your brother?
I want to attest to the fact that since he's been released, he's worked hard, stayed out of trouble. Me and him both has had medical situations. I don't have children. And me and him have been having to support each other on our medical situations. And just wanted to appear for support his clemency to where he can have his charges combined to where he may could get his parole removed It's injured his ability to work where he could move around. And, so I'm his oldest brother. We've already had a brother pass and another one lives in South Louisiana, further down, yonder. And so we have to support one another. And, just, pray that you, grant his limits.
Yes, sir. Thanks for coming today, Mr. Woodrow. Thank you, sir. Mr. Duke. Good morning.
My name is Roger Hugh. I'm a resident pastor of Louisiana. I'm here to restore the application. I've known Gerald for almost 58 years. First, he made him junior high football team. Later, his high school classmates, and a more involved friendship in the 80s. I've also contacted with him about 85. I'm out there, so addiction around 19. Gerald's actions after his league role, I think, at least in my exemplary areas. High school sweetheart, our father. They established a home. He helped her establish her movie business investment. He published the local legal news. He established in town and also started a Christian ministry called Crossbearers, speaking in various churches. Our paths crossed again in 2014. Wife being treated for serious form of cancer. I found Gerald to be a humble man that survived the worst environments a person can endure, and yet maintain the positive attitude based solely on his faith in Christ. Tragically, Gerald's wife passed away in 2015. He later lost the money she served shared ambassador. In those ensuing years, when I was most involved with him, he worked diligently to support himself as a caretaker of a property ambassador for me. New beginnings, used mechanical skills he had learned in both the military and in Angola to establish a handyman business, and also as a heavy operator involved. I have tried to assist him in finding work and have had him perform several repair jobs for myself, my elderly mother, disabled brother, and my son. I have no problem with Gerald. I trust him implicitly inside, outside of my home, alone. Past 4 years or so, I have watched him as he has battled his 2 forms of cancer, while still trying to work as much as possible. His equipment operation skills have made him third driver of the boat. It's my conviction that Gerald is embodying one who has paid his debts, besides, has demonstrated for the past 13 years as a growing, a full rehabilitation of foreigners, serious consideration. Thank you for having me speak today. Ask you to consider that carefully.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. All right, Mr. Jackson.
My name is Gerald Jackson. I served as a Catholic chaplain up at Angola from 1989 to 2016. And during that time, I got to know Gerald quite well. Gerald was a very, very active member of our Catholic community. He participated weekly in all of our church services. He also, in addition to that, was involved with our prison ministry retreat team, speaking to high school juniors as they came up there on a bi-weekly basis, pretty much. The one thing I can say about Gerald that I remember most, in fact, we were just talking about that having the crew over there. was the fact that Gerald had many talents that he discovered at Angola. And one of them was art, being an artist. He put his display artwork at the rodeos. And I happened to see him there and I commented about how talented he was. He says, I said, I could never do that. He reminded me, he says, Chaplain, yes, you can. He says, when I got up here, he said, all I could do was draw a crooked stick man. And now look at what I'm doing now. And it was just that mindset that Gerald had that I always kind of enjoyed, even in his ministry. He always looked at the positive side. He was willing to do it, willing to try. And he was very, very effective, not only in rehabilitating himself, but I think he also brought other people into our community. It was an inspiration to them as well. So again, from the character of the person I know of Gerald, I strongly ask you all to really give him some serious consideration and a recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, could we now hear from Miss Abby Laura?
Morning. My name is Laura Abbey, and I'm writing to express strong opposition to the pardon applications for Mr. Kelly for the armed robbery that occurred in January of 1989. When I was just 21 years old. That night changed my life forever. I was confronted at gunpoint, terrified, vulnerable, and certain that I might not survive. The psychological trauma of having my life threatened in an instant has stayed with me for decades. I still remember the fear, the helplessness, and the overwhelming shock. It took years to regain a sense of safety and stability, and even now, the night still triggers some anxiety and distress. While I understand that the criminal justice system provides avenues for rehabilitation and clemency, I believe that any type of pardon is inappropriate in this case. Pardon is not only a legal erasure, it is a moral statement that the offense no longer matters. But it does matter. It mattered then, and it matters now. This is not a victimless crime, and it left a pinprint on my life and the lives of those that love me. I also want to stress the importance of supervision and accountability that come with parole. Parole system ensures that individuals remain aware of the seriousness of their crime and continue to demonstrate good conduct. It holds them to a higher standard, one that reinforces responsibility and reflection. A full pardon would remove that layer of accountability, and I fear it could send a wrong message that the consequences of violent acts can simply be erased over time. Granting full pardon would not only dishonor the seriousness of this offense, but it would also diminish the harm that I endured and those that are around me. I respectfully urge this board to consider the gravity of the original crime, the lasting impact that it's had me and on the other victims, and the crucial role that your parole plays in safeguarding not only the public trust, but victim dignity. I appreciate the board's time and commitment to justice. And please know that this comes from a deep belief in the importance of remembering the past and honoring the voices of the victims. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Kelly, would you step back up to the podium, please, sir?
Yes.
And I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Prater. This was assigned to him.
Yes, sir. How are you today?
I'm well.
Okay, we appreciate your telling us everything that's occurred since then. And I'm not going to go over the crime with you because I don't think there's anything to dispute. Really, in 1989, you robbed 3 places and you were given a sentence of 33 years consecutive. In other words, 33, when you threw that, you served another 33, and you threw that another 33. And you're asking that our recommendation as a board to the governor is that these become the sentence change to where it's concurrent. In other words, you serve 33, and it's like you're serving all 3 at one time. Is that correct? Is all of that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and in the last 13 years you've been on parole, have you had any kind of write-ups or any kind of anything like that? Okay, are you up to date on all of your parole fees?
Yes, sir. The only time I missed a parole fee was the month in which my wife passed away.
Okay,
And it was just an oversight, but I agree to do that, and that's the only one I missed in 13 years. Yes.
Okay. And so, how much is your fees per month?
$63.
63? All right,
And
so,
I do it online, so it's $5.50 fee on that, so it's like 68.50.
okay, and you're not asking for gun rights or anything like that. You just want this to run, you're not even asking for a full pardon.
No, sir.
You're just asking to be run concurrent so you can get off parole, so you don't have to pay the $60 and report every month like you're having to do.
That's correct.
That's all correct.
One of the, and Rodney, who alluded to it, is I'm a heavy equipment operator. I have a CDL, and I'm really limited as to what jobs I can go on because I can't travel out of state.
Why can't you travel out of state?
Because I'm on parole.
No, that's not true. You can still travel out of state for work. They can give you a travel permit.
It's an oversight on my part. I mentioned it to my parole officer a couple of times when I had some work that was coming up, and he said no.
Okay, we'll go back. I think he needs to tell you yes.
Okay. All right, two of the victims are unopposed, and they said, do what we think is best. And of course, you've heard here in person what one of the persons that was impacted by this crime has said. The DA is unopposed, the sheriff and the chief of police is opposed. Okay, that's all I got.
Any other question? Let me just ask you, you mentioned, in your discussions with your parole officer, did you ever speak to him about the hardship for the fees? Because they can petition us to reduce or waive those fees.
I'm not so sure about all of that, what his motives was, but I wasn't in a position to question him about
Right.
whatever his dictates was. And if you'll notice, I had some extra restrictions on my parole that most generally paroled people don't have.
Like what?
Well, I had the 10 o'clock curfew, and that was really the big one because I couldn't get jobs that would put me out after 10 o'clock. So he was, well, I had 3 or 4 different parole officers, which they were all pretty tight on me. I got regular visits and they kept eye on me pretty good,
Okay.
but they would not allow me any leeway to.
So we mentioned, or we heard you're a veteran. Do you also receive veteran VA benefits?
I have medical. I don't
Just the
think
insurance?
monetary,
Okay.
but I have medical, and it's kind of limited. I have copay.
Right. Thank you, sir. Any other questions? Well, hearing none, I think we're prepared to vote.
Okay, it's my vote, and Ms. Abby, I appreciate what you had to say, and I understand how it's impacted you in such a serious thing. Mr. Kelly, I think that you have served 23 years in Angola, then 13 years on parole. You're not asking for your gun rights back, and you're simply asking that these sentences be concurrent rather than consecutive. And I think we can skin the cat 2 different ways, and my vote is that we recommend to the governor that we run these sentences concurrent, and it would have been that the initial sentence be for robbing the A&P grocery in Monroe, Louisiana, and you get 33 years for that, with the others running concurrent. And that way, Ms. Abby's crime it's been 30-something years. You would have served your time when you got out after 23 years for having robbed her if it was just her. So she's gotten her due. I think you've paid your price. You're not getting your gun back, and your guns back. Don't even want those. I think you served the sentence. So that's my vote. Do I need to say that more succinctly, Madam Chair?
No. Got it. Mr.
Okay.
Freeman?
My vote, my vote's could be to deny, but I do ask that the board consider waiving the fees, which, I will make a motion to waive the fees. Cause I think your fees need to be, cause they have hardship on you. But also you need to get with your officer. They'll let you work out of state, and they'll adjust that curfew if you show them proof of employment. So that's my vote today.
Okay. Mr. Tillis,
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
Mrs. Stapleton.
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
My vote today, would be to recommend that your sentences be run concurrent, same as Mr. Prater's vote, based on the work you've done while incarcerated and since, and the fact that, as Mr. Prater said, I think we're satisfied Ms. Abby's concern. However, it requires 4 like votes.
Madam Chairman, could I ask a point of,
Sure. Yes, sir.
I believe that we can still amend and vote as long as we hadn't finalized our vote.
Yes.
So would it be appropriate to continue the sentence like it is and take Mr. Freeman's recommendation of waiving the fees, but yet he remain on parole and work with his parole officer about a way to get out? Am I saying that right?
Mhm. So is that your vote?
Okay, yes.
And I'm still gonna leave mine running concurrently. But, so today, Mr. Kelly, your request to have your sentences run concurrently has been denied. But we will make a recommendation to your parole officer that your parole fees be waived to help you out of that hardship. Thank you, sir.
The video done.
All right, good morning. The Pardon Board is reconvening. We're now at Louisiana State Penitentiary. It is Monday, June 2nd, 2025. We'd like the staff at Angola, please introduce yourself for the record.
Deputy Warden Ashley Olivo. Telegraphic classification.
Carmen Shipley, inmate records.
Jody Sturgeon, program consultant.
Gary Young.
All right, thank you. And we have before us Mr. Burgess. Good morning, Mr. Burgess.
Good morning, ma'am.
I have your DOC number, Mr. Burgess, as 105495. Is that
Yes,
correct?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Right. Before we start, I'd like to recognize the folks who have joined us this morning who have an interest in this case. We have on Zoom, we have the Parole Project, Mr. Channing Blake, Susan Birch, both of whom will be speaking on your behalf. She's also on Zoom. Here with us, we have the chaplain, Jay Jackson. He'll be speaking on your behalf. We also have some opposition here today with us in Baton Rouge. We have from the DA's office, Monica Doss. We have the district attorney, Mr. Philip Terrell from Rapides. We also have Mr. Joseph Kimball and Charlotte Hockersmith. Mr. Terrell and Mr. Kimball will be speaking at the appropriate time. First, Mr. Burgess, let me read some information into the record. You are classified as a fourth felony offender. Can you hear me all right?
I can't hear you.
All right. Warden Olivo, if he needs some assistance with hearing us, we need y'all to help us, please.
Yes, ma'am.
So ask him, is he a fourth felony offender?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you were sentenced in March 1982 to a life sentence for first-degree murder.
Yes, ma'am.
And then you have another sentencing date in June 1984 for a simple escape. You received a 2-year sentence consecutive to the life. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Right. Mr. Burgess, I understand you have some, maybe some medical issues, but we'd like for you to tell us why you submitted an application to commute your sentence and why do you think we should grant that request?
Well, I submitted it to show the board that I'm not the person I was then, and before I had this stroke, I went through all these the things that we're supposed to do, and it hurts me to my heart, you know, to know that the pain and suffering that I cause people, that it's
Slow down and get your thoughts together.
I mean, it hurts. It hurts to what I did to that family and what I did to my family, but mainly to them kids. And I've tried to do everything I could to come to an understanding that that's not the way you live. And through changes in life, and through the courses and stuff that we did up here, and through just being able to, we used to be able to talk to kids up here, and we still do, and to try to make them understand, don't do what we did. Don't follow this course. You know, and man, I'm sorry, I can't get this out.
Okay, that's okay. We're gonna come back to you and ask you some specific questions. Maybe that'll help. Let's hear from Warden Oliver. Warden Oliver, what can you tell us about Mr. Burgess?
So Mr. Burgess, AU'd in 1984. He served 43 years. He, as you stated, is a life sentence for first-degree murder and simple escape. He currently resides at Camp F, which is our trustee housing area. He works the janitor cleaner in that area. His last rule violation was in 2000, was a Rule 1. He's had 35 DV reports since time being here. He's completed anger management, 100 hours, thinking for a change, substance abuse, and his tiger is low. I will tell you that he does have history of strokes, which, as you can see, he functions fine. He just sometimes has trouble getting his words out and stuff.
We appreciate that. All right, so let's hear from the folks who want to speak in support of Mr. Burgess. Could we hear from the Parole Project, Mr. Blake?
Good morning to this honorable board. Channing Blake with Louisiana Parole Project on behalf of Mr. James Burgess. Because of his trustee status, his programming, AANA facilitator, the fact that he's on the CPR team, he's been sober since 1995, and he supports vets incarcerated, and he also does youth mentoring through the church. We've accepted him into our program. Should the board give him a favorable recommendation, we're going to give him transitional housing, employment assistance, mental health and substance abuse evaluations, and also he's going to take social norms. He will also be assigned a reentry specialist to mentor and guide him through the process. Based upon his record and his rehabilitation, we ask that you grant him a favorable recommendation today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Susan Birch, we hear from you, ma'am.
Good morning. I've known James for 20 years, a little over 20 years. I met him through my husband who was serving a life sentence at Angola. My husband had some struggles, and James was always there to support him in getting back on track. It came to a point where his struggles became too much, and James said, look, you get it together first, and then I'll help you. I'm not going to help you get it together now. You've had long enough. I need you to get it together first, and then I'll help you. I brought my kids to Angola to the rodeos, to visits and things like that. James served as a mentor to my son, who is now 33 years old and doing great. He had some struggles while he was in school, and James talked to him on a regular basis, just telling him, hey, you don't want to go down the wrong road. Just, really being supportive and encouraging to him and letting him know what can happen if you do go down that wrong road. And I think in large part due to the mentoring that he received from James, my son is doing great. He holds down a job. He owns his own home. I live on his property, so he is doing great. James also mentored my daughter, who just turned 25 and just got married. She is actually still in contact with James. He calls her his boss lady because she would go to the rodeos and she would price his merchandise and, tell him how to do it and everything. But in the 20 years that I've known James, I know that he had already been there for a period of time. And I know that he wasn't the same person then that he was when he committed this crime. Today, he's not the same person that he was 20 years ago. 20 years ago, he was a little bit more rough around the edges than he is now. He has been my rock. My husband did pass away. He did die of an overdose at Angola. And I struggle with that to this day, but James has been a constant in my life, and he's just been such a great friend to me. And I just think that he deserves a chance. He's not the same person. He is sorry for the things that he did, and those things were horrible. But he does deserve a chance. And I ask with all my heart, and I pray that you see fit to give him an opportunity to prove that he has become a better person. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We appreciate hearing from you. Mr. Jackson, can you hear from you, sir?
My name is Gerald J. Jackson. I served as a chaplain at Angola from 1999 to 2016. During that time, in fact, the very first visit I ever made to Angola was in August of 1999, and I was attending a Bible study program. And James Burgess was in that class. And I have to say that ever since then, I have stayed in constant contact with James, and he has been an active, participating member of our church community. And what I'm telling you, he's always been there. So I've gotten to know James quite well, I say after 25 years. And one of the things that really stands out in my mind was the fact that there was a time, not too far back, that his mother was seriously ill and she ended up passing away, that I realized that James was a mama's boy. And you start seeing a person's character a little bit when they start talking about their family and the effect that their mom had on them growing up, and how he has developed and matured as a person. And just like the previous speaker said, James has really advanced and he continued to advance the entire time I've known him. When my wife goes up to the rodeo with me sometimes, we always make sure we visit with James. He's met my family. He's the type of person that you can just see the progress he's made. You can see what kind of effect he's had on the students when they've gone up there for these retreats, because he's a small group leader. He's phenomenally effective because he does talk to them, he levels with them, and he does not want them to be the person he was that got him to Angola. He realizes his mistake, and it's one of the things I think is vitally important. He realizes what he did was wrong, and it's hurt him. It's given him a catapult to be a different person today than he was back then. So again, I'm here to recommend that y'all give him a favorable vote because I do see a major progress in his life.
Thank you, sir. All right, now we'll hear from the opposition. And I'll let Mr. Kimball or Mr. Terrell.
Yes,
Mr. Kimball, you want to go ahead and go first? Yes, sir. Thank you.
I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you, allow me to speak. I'll do my best to keep it to a minimum. This is an opportunity that I was never given as a child to speak during his trial. See, even though I was a child of only 10 years old, I was a victim then, as I still am here today. I never was allowed to share some of the things with anyone then that I'm going to share here today. I would like to start with how the actions of Mr. Burgess has affected my life and even those of my family as well. Beginning with the time right before he planned and in fact murdered my father in cold blood. Like when he was standing in my living room with his friend while I was sitting on the couch just 2 or 3 feet away from me. I could hear the excitement in his voice as he stated that he could not wait to know what it felt like to kill somebody. At that time, he was holding a .22 caliber handgun, and all of a sudden, bang! Mr. Burgess had shot his friend in the foot and laughed about it like it was nothing. Mr. Burgess broke into my home, laid in wait for several hours until my father got home so that he and his partner could shoot and kill my father. He had several hours to change his mind, to think about what he was doing, to think how wrong it was. and get out of there and leave. But no, he was too excited for the thrill. Kill somebody. He and his partner at that time had time to go through and eat food from my refrigerator and drink beer. Had several hours to go through and plan everything. At this time, the same man who shot my father in the head, when my dad looked up at him, Mr. Burgess walked up to my father, who had just been shot and was trying to get up off the floor and stepped on my daddy's throat, forcing him back down to the floor, while looking him in the eye and shot him in the face with a .45 caliber longbow, making sure he was dead. Then trashed the very home that I lived in, my family, my sister, and all, to make it look like a burglary gone wrong. I, being 10 years old, as a child, along with my sister, were ripped and stripped of our family, our home, our food, and everything we knew. We were robbed of any chance of a normal childhood whatsoever. After my sisters and I were forced to being bounced between multiple family members and friends, eventually being split apart from each other, we had no one to trust, no one to count on, or even to support us mentally. So I built up a wall of protection around myself, that the only person in the whole entire world that I could trust or even depend on was myself at such a young age. I had a very difficult time dealing with life in school and ended up dropping out of school in 10th grade after being teased, made fun of, feeling so misunderstood, not having anyone to go to. Almost committed suicide at the end of my life. I had no reason to grow up as a normal person and contribute to society. No reason at all. I had every reason to turn to the streets and become the same thing he was. But I chose different. My children have had grow up without ever knowing their grandfather, and their children without knowing him as well. You see, my daddy would be 83 or 84 years old here in a few months, in about a month or so right now. He had not been, had he not been murdered by Mr. Burgess. Father's Day's coming up. It's been right almost 45 Father's Days that I have spent. Me, my sisters, my family have spent without seeing my father. His family's got to call him, write him, visit him. I visited my father yesterday. You know what I saw when I went to visit my father yesterday? Earth, the ground. I looked down and I saw a piece of concrete square on the ground with a metal plaque on it, his name, date of birth, and date that he was murdered. Not only does Mrs. Burgess's actions on that day affect him, but it affected my entire family and the rest of our life, for Darren and the rest of our lives. I cannot fathom why Mr. Burgess has the right to request to be set free after being sentenced to life in prison without the benefit of probation, parole, suspension of sentence. See, on that day, Mr. Burgess took away all of my father's rights. He said free today, but I can't bring my father back. I respectfully ask that you please reject his request for clemency. I know that the people of the great state will be much safer here if you do. And I can only hope that if he were to be set free, that he will never have the opportunity to take that, what he did to my family, to any of yours or anyone else.
Thank you, Mr. Kimball. We appreciate the fact that you were able to share those words with us this morning. Mr. Terrell.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be before y'all. Obviously, this case is important to us because we took the time to drive down here to appear before we were prepared. And these, Mr. Kimball flew down from South Carolina with his native New Holland. They started out and literally brooding when they were kids, from this little town, only walk up to each house. It's not town, it's just a little community outside of Pine. And I'm not going to belabor the fact because I know y'all have read this entire thing, y'all know everything about it. But as Mr. Kimball said, they were uprooted from their childhood by this man's action. Let me point out briefly, y'all know the facts, so I won't go into that. Let me point out briefly some of the stuff that stood out to me. If you notice, the offense is particularly heinous, and in my view, the other two people who were involved, their actions were heinous too. But you got elements of domestic violence. You have elements of all, just almost every malintent that you can think of. This is the man who got hired, who agreed to take the money to kill the victim. In my mind, that's even worse than the bunch. That's just what happened. We point out to you that he, on May 30th, he gave a complete confession to the Rapid Sheriff's Office and stated that he'd been hired by Maul with the promise of $10,000 in Kim's truck to lay in wait with the revolver and kill him when he came home. My victim said they were there at least 3 hours and they had every opportunity to say, you know, this doesn't make any sense. This is wrong. We shouldn't do this. We shouldn't take this man's life. He didn't do anything to him. Another thing, in addition to him being a fourth offender, after he's convicted of first-degree murder, he escapes. He and his co-defendant escaped from the Rapids Parish Jail by cutting a hole in the ceiling in the roof. He stayed on the lam for 4 days before they caught him. That's not the action of a person who is not approaching being a sociopath. Point y'all real briefly to the offender's statement and his some of the things he said today and what he said in his application why he sought commutation. He said, "I can't deny I was there." He doesn't say, "I can't deny I shot the man between the eyes and lay in wait for him for 3 hours." He said, "I can't deny I was there." He said, the main part of this is understanding what happened. No, I'll submit to you, the main part is that he murdered this man in cold blood for the promise of money. Then he goes on to say, "I am accountable for my stupid and unreasonable behavior." In my view, that's somebody who's not willing to own up to their responsibility. It's not stupid, irresponsible behavior, it's cold-blooded murder. Then he says, further on down in his quest, the worst part is when it hit home with me. No, the worst part is when that 45 went through my victim's face. My stupidity and childish thinking caused my misfortune in being involved in this crime committed by the Indians. Now, after maturing, I have grown into an older man, and that has led me how to think and act. We was 21, almost 22 years old when the murder was committed. What a child. This is not the act of a child. This doesn't have anything to do with a bad decision. It's cold-blooded, calculated, premeditated, planned out, murder for hire. And then he goes on to say that he's doing mentoring and he's come a long way. And I'm not here to say that he's not. And it's not up to me to say whether or not he's saved. I hope he is. I hope he goes to heaven. But that doesn't have anything to do with the act that he committed. If he's going to mentor people, he needs to I submit to you that he needs to mentor them and then go. Couple of the last points that I'll make to y'all. It's obvious that the anguish to the surviving victims, I mean, that's clear. Y'all can see that. Just imagine that happening and them bearing this all their lives. The action by Mr. Burgess is not the action of an impetuous juvenile gone astray. It's a cold-blooded contract here. Our justice system made a compact with these victims. I would ask this board to honor the agreement made with them. Justice depends on it. Please grant the relief they deserve by denying the relief that was killed as. Thank y'all very much for listening to us.
Yes, sir. Thank you. All right, Mr. Burgess.
Yes, ma'am.
Your case was assigned to Mrs. Stapleton. I will turn it over to her. Her questions, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, Mr. Burgess, well, you've heard the statements from the victim and the DA, and I listened to the statements also from the people that are in support for you. A good many of those are what I had written down to say myself, so they've been covered. So, you know, you've had many opportunities to take classes and stuff. You've done that. That was covered by the parole project. During your time earlier on, you had 35 disciplinary reports that I had noticed. But one of the things that, you know, the DA just brought up that I had put there, that you said that, you know, that you were a stupid kid. And I had put, you were 21 years old, you weren't stupid. 18 people are going to war, you know, so yes, that was, you were far from a stupid kid. And then the simple escape, I noted that the fact that even though Mr. MCNEAL testified against you, y'all remained friends in prison because 2 years later, y'all did your escape together. So that was an odd turn of events as far as I was concerned also. And then I noticed that the price, that y'all were talking about the price. And in your conversation, and, you know, it ended up being $10,000 in a truck. But you made the statement, or Mr. MCNEAL made the statement, that, well, usually I charge $20,000 for a job like this, but you being a friend and all, I'll do it for 10. So where did I usually charge $20,000 for a job like this? Had you done this before?
No, ma'am.
So you're just trying to get more for your money, more bang for your buck?
At that time, yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Well, and I agree with what the district attorney had to say, that it was, and the son, that it was totally premeditated. It was planned. I didn't see anything about it that you had any problems doing it whatsoever. And I don't know. I don't have anything else to say. A lot of it's been covered. I had it in my notes. And, I have that you had no conscience, premeditated, planned, point blank, and heinous. That's what I got. So I'll pass it along.
Any other questions? Any questions? I'll say this, Mr. Burgess, I've listened to everything that's been said. I do want to offer you some congratulations, I think, on the work that you've done, serving as a mentor to others, and the programs that you have completed. Did you do any, I didn't make a note, have you done any victim awareness programs?
Yes, ma'am. We did victims awareness in 200 hours.
Right, but no separate standalone victim awareness class.
No, ma'am.
All right. I do appreciate you mentoring the youth that you come in contact with. I think we're finished with our interview. I think we're prepared to vote. We'll ask Mrs. Stapleton to vote.
I'm gonna deny your request, and it's based upon the fact of the crime being premeditated, planned, heinous. That's my reason.
Mr.
Yes,
Prater?
ma'am.
I concur with deny victim opposition, DA opposition to be noted.
Mr. Freeman
Thank you, sir.
Law enforcement opposition.
and Mr. Tillis.
I concur.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Mr. Burgess, you received 4 votes to deny your application today, so your application is denied.
I appreciate y'all giving me a hearing. I
Yes, sir.
appreciate y'all giving me a hearing today. Thank y'all very much.
All right, good morning. We have Mr. Cross.
Yes, ma'am.
You introduce yourself. Tell us your name and DOC number.
Bartholomew Cross, 302868.
Yes, sir. And you have counsel with you this morning. Good morning, counsel.
Good morning, Ms. Renata. Jane Hogan here on behalf of Mr. Cross, and I'll make a statement whenever the board deems it appropriate.
All right, thank you. And let's see, is Walt Sanchez also there with you?
I'm not, he was supposed to be, I'm not sure. He hasn't made it here yet. So he is not here.
Okay. And on Zoom in support, we have the Parole Project, Channing Blake, and Mr. Cross's sister, Melissa Dunn, who wants to speak on his behalf. And we'll ask her to do so at the appropriate time. We do have here with us in Baton Rouge in opposition, we have Carla Hanchett and Cullen Hanchett, and we'll be hearing from them as well at the appropriate time. First, let me just read some identifying information, Mr. Cross. Mr. Cross, you're here today seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in Calcasieu Parish. You were originally sentenced to death. That was reversed in 1995 by the Supreme Court. And then in March of 1997, you were sentenced and agreed to a sentence of life without parole. Is that information correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
So your case was assigned to Mr. Prater. However, before I turn it over to him, we want to hear from those who want to speak. And first, that would be you. Could you tell us, why you're seeking this relief and why do you think we should grant it?
Wow. Before I come here, I was not a good person. I was in a bad position, living on the streets and all that. But since I've been here, I've made it my business to change my life, to be a better person. I've applied all the necessary classes I can take that was presented. I'm not the same person I was when I was out there on the streets. I've come to learn to have respect for all people, to treat people as humans. I'm nowhere near being the person I was when I come here. I did a lot of bad things in my past, but I learned from all of that. And I know how to be I am a good person now.
Well, could we hear from Warden Oliver? What can you tell us about Mr. Cross?
Mr. Cross, AU here in 1997. He served 28 years. He is a Class A trustee that lives in Camp F, which is our trustee camp. He previously worked at our rifle range up until April of this year, whenever he transferred to the ranch house where he's working now. Those are both areas where you have to be very trusted to work at. He's completed Tapuco, Victims Awareness, Malachi Dad's 100 Hours, Thinking for a Change, Celebrate Recovery. His GED, he completed that in 7 months in 2009, and his Tiger score is low.
Thank you.
Oh, he's had 9 DB reports since being here. 9 DB reports, the last one being in 2014.
All right, thank you very much. So let's hear from the Parole Project, please. Mr. Blake.
Good morning to this honorable board. Channing Blake with Louisiana Parole Project on behalf of Mr. Bartholomew Cross. Just reiterating what the warden has stated. He's a trustee. He has a trustee job because of his program and his activity in church, his family support, being CPR certified, and all his other programs, and also being 34 years sober. We've accepted him into our program. Should the board give him a favorable recommendation, we're going to provide him transitional housing, employment assistance, mental and substance abuse evaluations, and social norms. He will also be assigned to a reentry specialist that's going to actually guide him through his reentry process. Based upon his record, his rehabilitation, and his strong support system, we ask that you grant him a favorable recommendation today. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. And then we have Mr. Cross's sister, Ms. Dunn. We'd like to hear from you, ma'am.
Good morning, board members. My name is Melissa Cross Dunn. I am the sister to Bartholomew Cross. I am also the youngest. We have another brother in the middle there. And so my brother was first incarcerated. I was still in maybe 11th grade while this whole continuous process was going on. I am a retired Air Force member. I retired out of Barksdale Air Force Base there in Bossier City. Throughout those 22 years, all of the leave and vacations and everything that I've taken has been to get my mom and travel down to the prison so that we could spend time with him and let him know that he still has support on the outside. So I do have a continuous, strong bond and relationship with my brother. We have all been supportive of each other throughout his incarceration. I have a 28-year-old son that my brother has mentored, who is now a college graduate, happily married, and has a 2-month-old son. I never kept my son away from him because I wanted him to see what could happen if you make a bad choice or a bad decision. My brother has shown me that regardless of his situation, which he put himself in, and he acknowledges everything that he has done, he has taken full advantage of the programs that the Louisiana State Penitentiary has offered. So I think it comes down to, what do you want to do to better yourself? If things are available, he took an opportunity to take advantage of those opportunities. And he has steadfastly been consistent throughout his time there. He has gotten better. He is absolutely not the same wild, rowdy teenager that we all were. I just have to believe in his actions. Always a person of action more so than words, but his actions definitely show that he is on the right path, and he has so much to offer to the youth out in the community. He just has a lot. He's a great guy. My brother has never complained, and he's instilled those things into me as well, to stand in your truth, to walk on the right side, and just to give it all you have, regardless of any rewards. And I would just like to say that I appreciate the opportunity to speak in support of my brother, and I thank you all.
And we thank you. We appreciate hearing from you, and thank you for your service.
Thank you, ma'am. My pleasure.
All right, Ms. Hogan, we'd like to hear from you now.
Thank you, Ms. Renatza. Mr. Cross has been incarcerated now for about nearly 34 years. He committed this crime when he was 20 years old. He confessed to the crime. He would have pled guilty if that was an option, but he has always accepted accountability for what he has done, and that continues. He made it a point to change himself when he came to prison, and for the past 34 years of his incarceration, he's really demonstrated a profound rehabilitation and change that is internal. And I think that what is most indicative of that is the jobs that he's had. As Warden Oliver stated, he's currently assigned to the ranch house. Before that, he was at the rifle range. That's close proximity to firearms. He also worked twice at the dog pen. He in 2003, he was made a Class A trustee. He's maintained that status with only one brief interruption in 2014. But his first job as a trustee was on beeline cutting grass. There are letters in his packet from, not only did he cut grass and help on beeline, he also volunteered for any community organization that was happening, any sort of kids events. He donates 4 times a year for the last 30 years. He's been donating his hobby crafts to charitable causes, to raffles for the softball teams and the organizations on Beeline. He also worked twice for Project Cleanup, going around St. Francisville in the summer times and fixing the local schools. During COVID, Mr. Cross was part of a crew that kept the prison running. He was cooking, he was cleaning, he was even on quarantine, he was doing work. And that is because he's a trusted person. He is, while he might not be a man of many words, he doesn't have any problems working and doing things to make the prison a better place. And the positions that he's held throughout his incarceration really are indicative of that, as is the fact that his trial lawyer, Walt Sanchez, has maintained a relationship with him for the past 34 years, was supposed to be here today. But I think that as lawyers, we all have lots of clients, and there's only a few that there's something about Mr. Cross and his nature that has caused Mr. Sanchez to stay with him for the past 34 years, to visit him constantly, and to have a relationship with him. If you look at his disciplinary report, he has 9 write-ups. He doesn't have any fights. The one contraband was early on, and that was a gambling ticket. He's not had any write-ups for drugs or fighting. 7 out of the 9 write-ups were in the first 4 years of his incarceration. In the past 20 years, he's only had 1. And in addition to the programs that he's taken, he's also taken victims awareness. He attends church. He's taken anger management 100 hours twice, substance abuse. And as stated, he's gotten his GED. He completed the Malachi Dad's program, even though he himself does not have children. All of this is to say that he has reformed himself. He has tremendous family support. His sister lives in Texas. If he were to be granted release ever, he would go through the parole project and then would go to Texas. He would not remain in Louisiana. And so for all of those reasons, we would ask this board to grant his request for commutation of sentence.
All right, thank you. We appreciate that presentation and all the information we included in the packet. At this time, we'll hear from the opposition, Mr. Hanchett.
Cousin Hanchett. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and my sister. As I hear, a lot has been said. Before I got here, my sister and I talked and we pondered, and I would hate to be the person that spoke on behalf of someone that was released and went back out to society and did something wrong. But then at the same time, I would hate to be the one to cause someone to spend the rest of their life in jail over a mistake. As my sister and I talk, we know our father. We know how our father lived. We know we'll never see him again. I hate being reminded of this every 7 years when this happens. But at the same time, I know my father was a forgiving man. I know he was a loving man. I know that his heart would hurt to see someone else hurt. So I want to reiterate that I would hate to see someone's life being thrown away because of a mistake. And I also want to say that I hate to be the one to help someone get out to cause more foolishness. I have not walked the journey that Mr. Cross may have walked through incarceration, but I did walk a short journey of my own. I was incarcerated. I made mistakes. And when I was released, I vowed never to allow myself to walk that journey again. So, again, I don't know his walk. I don't know the things that he's been through. I don't know the change that he's made. So I can't make a valid determination whether he should be released. But I want to speak on behalf of myself and my sister to say that if there has been true change, if there has been a revamping of the mindset and a new walk of life has been incorporated, I don't want to stand in the way of it. And I speak for myself and my sister. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Very profound. Thank you. And we're gonna get into those. We'll be able to tell through the interview process. So I'm gonna go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Prater.
Okay, Mr. Cross, how are you today?
Fine, sir. How are you?
I bet you're kind of nervous, aren't you?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I'll make this as painless as possible. But a couple of facts I want to just make sure that we got straight, that I understand. It was in 1991, you were picked up by Mr. Hanchett, and y'all took a ride, and he went down a road that was different from where you thought you were going. He pulled over, or you told him to pull over or something. Anyway, y'all ended up getting out of the vehicle, went to the back of the car and got into a fight. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and at that point, you shot him twice, took his car and some belongings off of him, and then the rest of it we've already mentioned. But that's the crime and that's what you did, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was your intent to rob him all along?
No, sir. After I got in, I asked him for a ride after I got in, and I saw some things in the car, and I kind of like seen an opportunity or whatever.
Okay. All right, well, we're not here to try the case or anything. I was just trying to get into your mindset. I want to applaud you for getting your GED and all the courses you've taken. Everything that the facility down there said about you and all your good write-ups and all that, and your lack of bad write-ups. I want to tell you, I appreciate that. The DA, the chief of police, and the sheriff are all opposed. And at one time, it looked like the family was almost, at least in 2015, the family was pretty much opposed. But it sounds like now that they're kind of leaving it up to the board is kind of what I got out of that is, if I'm not mistaken, and I'll stand corrected if it is, but that's about all that I have.
Any other questions or comments?
Yeah, what were your hospital trips for? I saw you had a couple hospital trips lately.
My lung.
Your lung, what's wrong with your lung?
Let's say I had COPD.
Okay. And how long exactly have you been in prison?
34 years, sir.
34. Somebody said something about 28, but that's how long you've been in Angola.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay. I have no further questions.
I got a question.
Mr. Tillman.
For the record, I just want to know, you say you and your friend, you went to the back of the car and got into a fight?
Yes, sir. I attacked Mr. Hanchett.
Why did you do that?
I have no excuse for it.
You were on drugs or?
I did some drugs. I was doing a little drinking, and I'm very remorseful for what I've done. And it shouldn't have never happened. I was in a dark place.
Okay, I have no more questions.
So, Mr. Cross, out of all the programs that you've taken, we've mentioned quite a few here today. Which one did you get the most out of and why?
I would have to say victim awareness, because a lot of people do things and never take into account to the person that they harm or whatever. And victim awareness kind of brought more to attention to the way we should people, and the things that we put people through when we violate their rights or treat them, bad. And it just showed a lot, it brings to light how you should treat people and what you put people through. I know I put the Hanchett family through a devastating ordeal, and I'm very remorseful for that. I'm the only one that was responsible for that, and I take accountability to that.
And I too want to congratulate you on your GED. That had to make you feel pretty good.
Yes, ma'am.
And also for your donations to all the charitable causes. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
I think we're done with our interview, and I don't see any more questions, so I think we are prepared to vote, and I'm going to ask Mr. Prater for his vote.
Yes, well, this is really difficult because as we've talked about, it's how much time is enough time? And so we leave a lot of it up to the victims and what they feel like, because they knew the true victim, the dad that got killed, and what his mindset would be. And then we look at your record since you've been incarcerated and your interview. Your interview's been great. Your record is great. And the victims seem like, in talking about their dad being a forgiving kind of fella, not that it's just a real minor incident. I mean, it's such a serious thing, but I think you see that. You were on drugs and drinking and made a horrible, horrible, horrible mistake 34 years ago. I think at your age, I don't think that you're gonna, I think you'll be okay with the support system. I think your sister will keep you in line. And, anyway, my vote is to grant it. The 99 years with immediate, commute to 99 years with immediate eligibility to parole.
Okay, Mr. Freeman,
I,
Mr. Tillis,
I take my hat off to the family for being forgiving. I think they've done a great thing. You've done well, but they've done the bigger thing. I'm going to concur with Mr. Prater.
Mrs. Stapleton.
And I concur with Mr. Prater, and I agree very much with my colleague about the family.
And,
Thank you.
Mr. Cross, my vote's the same. My vote, so you received a unanimous vote to make a recommendation that your sentence be commuted to 99 years to be immediately parole eligible. I want to thank the Hanchett family for being here today. It's very much. Thank you. Good luck to you, son.
Thank you.
All right. Good morning, Mr. McNeil.
Good morning.
Could you introduce yourself, sir? Tell us your name and DOC number.
John McNeil, 106533.
Mr. McNeil. Let's see, I need to tell you about some folks who have joined us today to speak about your case. We have the district attorney from Sabine Parish, Mr. Don Burkett, on Zoom. You should be able to see him on your screen, along with Stephanie Stevens, the victim assistance coordinator there. Here with us in Baton Rouge, we have wishing to speak Pam Dillard, Ginger Dumite, and Dwayne, I'm sorry, how you pronounce it? Dewana Singletary, and also Mr. Singletary, Kerry Singletary. And we'll call on them to speak to us in just a few moments. First, Mr. McNeil, I'm going to read some identifying information into the record, and then we'll have a conversation with you first. So, Mr. McNeil, you're seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in the 11th Judicial District at Sabine Parish in June 1984. You received a life sentence for an aggravated rape conviction. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. McNeil, why don't you tell us why you've submitted an application to have your sentence commuted, and why do you think you should be granted that request?
Because I'm not that person that I was all them years ago when I came here. And, I always tried to, by me being incarcerated in Angola, I always tried to follow the guidelines and live by the rules and regulations of the prison. And just do the right thing. And I'm a better person right now than I was when I first came in here.
Good. All right. Thank you, sir. Warden Oliver, what can you tell us about Mr. McNeil?
Mr. McNeil served approximately 41 years. He's a Class A trustee. He lives at Camp D, where he works as a janitor and cleaner. I can tell you he was one of the first inmates that I met when I came here almost 23 years ago. So he's been in the same area since then. He's had a total of 32 disciplinary write-ups, the last report being in 2011. He has completed substance abuse, anger management, victim awareness, and letter training. He does have a written letter in his file to the victim. Thinking for a change, sex offender treatment, and his Tiger score is low. He also does have a history of prostate cancer that has, it's treatable. It's been treated. He just goes regularly to the provider for follow-ups.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. McNeil, we'd like to hear first from the people that want to speak, and we don't see anybody speaking in support today of your application. So we'll start off with Mr. Don Burkett from the DA's office in Sabine Parish. Mr. Burkett, we'd like to hear from you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Renatza, other members of the board. I don't know if you're aware of all the circumstances of this case, but the defendant McNeil was convicted of the instant case in 1983, the year before I was elected district attorney. Prior to that, though, about 9 months prior to the instant case in the same apartment complex, there was another aggravated rape. And a man by the name of Ricky Johnson was convicted of that offense. And Ricky served 26 years. And I was approached by the Innocence Project, asked, would.
Oh, we've lost our audio. We've lost the audio.
You lost me now?
Yeah, we got you now. I'm sorry. Yeah, for a quick time, we did lose you. Well, after you were approached by the Innocence Project is the last we heard.
Right. I agreed to have DNA testing done on a guy by the name of Ricky Johnson, who had been serving a life sentence since 1982 for a rape 9 months prior in the same apartment complex. That DNA testing revealed, number one,
we lost it again.
Sorry, I don't know what's going on.
I don't know. So the DNA test results, that's what.
Yeah,
Nice.
it showed that, the defendant Ricky Johnson's DNA was excluded as being found in the victim. And when that was submitted into this database, it also revealed that it was the DNA of this defendant, John MCNEAL. So we brought Ricky Johnson back to Sabine Parish. And I looked at both files. One of the problems was that the Manny PD had investigated one rape. The Sabine Parish Sheriff's Office had investigated the other. But when you laid the files out and saw how things went, now there was a gun used in the first one and a knife in this one, but still when you looked at how it went out and all, you could tell the pattern of this crime. And so we released Ricky Johnson. And this is another thing. Ricky Johnson told me he was in the exercise yard with MCNEAL. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Are you hearing me now? Okay. Hello?
Yes.
We got you.
Okay, I'm sorry. He was in the exercise yard with MCNEAL every day. And Johnson's doing a life sentence for a rape that this inmate MCNEAL committed. And MCNEAL sitting there knowing, and he, he could care less. And so I don't know if you're going to ask him about the other rape, whether you're going to admit to the other rape. I didn't follow through and prosecute him on that one at that time, but there was some witness issues and things involved. And undoubtedly, he's committed not one, but two aggravated rapes. And he allowed an innocent man to serve, I think it was 26 years of his life in Angola for something he didn't do. And the facts of the case, and I will let the victim and her family speak to those, but they were horrific what went on. And so I'm opposed to his any commutation of his sentence in the strongest of terms. And I'd be happy to answer any questions any of you have.
Okay, we'll reserve. I don't see any questions at this time, but we may have some shortly. So thank you for joining us today. Thank you, sir. Could we hear now from the victim's family? And I'll let you all decide how you want to go. Who wants to go first? So as you speak, just introduce yourself individually. Thank you.
I don't consider myself a victim. I'm a survivor. I came from home one night, found this monster hiding in my closet. I never imagined anything this horrific would happen to me. This monster raped me and held a knife to my throat the whole time and told me if I made a sound, he would kill me. What this monster did to me left an emotional and physical pain that I'm still suffering with today. This horrific act traumatizes you. You live with it for the rest of your life. It was years before I could even trust anybody. Years before I could even stay alone by myself in my own home. And years before I could even turn the lights out to sleep. When I heard this monster was applying for a pardon, it hit me so hard. All of the fear, the worry came rushing back. I had panic attacks. I have severe anxiety, which I have to get medication for. I don't sleep. I have a fear that if this monster is released, he will find me and carry out his threat to kill me, as he told me over and over, no matter how long it took, he would kill me and my precious family. I will have no peace, or I will never feel safe again. I pray to God and I beg you to keep this monster out of my life and out of my family's life, and keep him in prison where he belongs. Thank you.
My name is Ginger, and I'm Lawrence' youngest sister, and we want to thank you for the chance to speak to you directly to me, because this crime was a tragic event that changed our sister's life forever. The pain, the fear, and the lasting trauma are things that she lives with every single day. And we want you to understand that this has done to her and to our family. not just through words on paper that our letters that we submitted for you to review today. But we wanted you to hear from us, her sisters, the two of us who were in the aftermath, who love her deeply and have stood by her side through all of this. So we heard the person that we refer to as a monster because we do think that he's evil. And what we heard him say earlier was that he's not the person that he was, that he's now following guidelines and he's living by the rules. But we feel that a productive member of society doesn't rape someone. A productive member of society doesn't watch another man take the blame for a crime that he committed. You don't get to take those actions and then call yourself rehabilitated because you followed the rules or because you're presenting yourself in a different light to us here today. After he committed the horrific crime that he did to our sister, he ran from the law enforcement and he hid in the woods, sparking a 7-day manhunt. I cannot put into words the fear that our sister and that our family endured for a week while they were on a manhunt for him. And all because he chose to run rather than face the fact that what he had done, him being a coward, in there, as Mr. Burkett said, he allowed an innocent man to serve 26 years in prison for the crime that he committed. He raped another woman 9 months before he raped our sister. He also had a reported escape attempt at the courthouse in Sabine Parish during the trial. He simply walked out of the courtroom and it is reported as an escape. So him attending classes or volunteering, that doesn't change what happened to our sister and what she's had to live with. That's moments that show someone's character, and volunteering later in a place prison doesn't say to us that he was performed. He was hiding in her apartment, in her bedroom, in her closet. When she arrived into the apartment, it was dark, and when she saw him, she tried to run from him, and he attacked her, and he brutally raped our sister. And he held a butcher knife to her throat the entire time. And not only that, but he threatened if she ever said a word that he would kill her and he would kill us, and he would kill her family. Releasing him would tell our sister that her pain doesn't matter and that her safety is negotiable, and that the man who raped her and terrorized her has more right to freedom than she does to peace. A 12-member jury heard the evidence, and the sentence that they handed down was not handed down lightly. It was justice, it was accountability, and it should stand. It's the reason that all 3 of us girls sleep with a loaded pistol beside our bed every night. He is the reason that we check the locks on our doors every night, 3 to 4 times before we go to sleep in our own homes. Please deny parole and keep him where he belongs. I urge you to consider that he doesn't deserve a second chance. Our sister didn't get a second chance. He doesn't deserve one either. Please don't let our beautiful sister, who has endured so much, suffer again because of a system that lets a 2-time rapist walk free.
My name is Pam, and I'm the older sister. First, I want to thank you for giving us a chance to speak. This didn't just change my sister's life, it took so much from her, and I watched her live with fear and pain that no one should have to ever endure. As an older sister, I've seen the toll it's taken on her day after day, and it breaks my heart. The fear and the trauma and the weight of what it's done to her is something she never deserved. What my sister was forced to endure, and because of the tears and anguish, the weight that brought upon our mother, when this horrific crime happened, it broke her heart in a way no words can truly explain. As a mother, watching her child suffer was unbearable. She was filled with sorrow, fear, and helplessness that no parent should ever have to feel. This trauma didn't just affect one person, it changed all of us. And while our mother couldn't be here physically today, we speak with her full support and strength that she raised us to have. She stands with us in the request to please deny parole. Still today, when we come home, now we check all of our closets. And just recently, I was with my sister when she received a phone call from the victim's advocate to make her aware that this rapist is applying for clemency. I was there with her and I saw firsthand what the PTSD that she suffered with done to her. As a sister, I'm begging you, please deny this request for parole. The thought of him being released fills us all with fear. My sister is still trying to rebuild her life and live with what was done to her. The idea that he could walk away is terrifying, and none of us, especially her, will ever feel safe if he's given this chance. This is a life sentence for my sister, and it should continue to be a life sentence for him. Thank you.
Thank you all for being here today. Mr. McNeil, your case was assigned to Mr. Freeman. Would you answer his questions?
Okay, Mr. McNeil, I'm gonna ask a question everybody wants to know. Do you admit to the first rape? 9
Yes,
months
sir.
prior to this?
Yes, sir. You said the one that I'm here for Miss Blackwell?
Right, and the one that happened prior to that Mr. Johnson was serving time for?
No, sir.
Okay, so you saying you didn't commit that?
No, sir. They were saying that when the detectives came and seen me, they were saying that you not being charged with nothing. They want to know why my deal. They were found out at the scene at that time. But I'm saying, but I think the victim that he was referring to on that got on national TV and said that I was not the one did that to her. Like she said, she know who did that. And she said, I was not the one did that. He said, they was found at the scene.
Let's back to the original charge then. Okay, you wasn't convicted of that one. Okay, what did you learn in sex offender treatment?
I learned that it's that you can't, you got to know the signs that when you certain signs that you get not to violate, and it got certain signs that it teaches you in sex offender, not the real offend and stuff like that.
Okay, I see that in 1984 you were arrested for a first-degree murder. They didn't prosecute you on it, but what was that about?
First-degree murder?
But it says on 5 New Orleans District Attorney's Office, it's 1984, they charge you with first-degree murder.
No, sir, that's incorrect.
Okay. Okay. All right, yeah, it's a very, very heinous offense. I have no further questions.
Any other questions? All right, I don't see any other questions, Mr. McNeil, so we'll begin the vote with Mr. Freeman.
First off, I want to thank everybody that here spoke today. I know it was very traumatic. My vote today is to deny heinous nature offense, and I feel it was serial rape.
Mr. Tillis,
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
is it statement?
I concur with Mr. Freeman and of course victim opposition, law enforcement opposition.
Yes.
Mr. Prater.
I concur also. It's a horrible crime and to be waiting in a closet. I can't imagine. That would be a terrible thing. And on behalf of all the kids that worry about the boogeyman being in the closet, I think somebody like this needs to stay in jail. And so my vote should be done.
So, Mr. McNeil, you received 4 votes to deny your application today. So your application for clemency has been denied.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Lucian, good morning.
Ma'am, how y'all doing?
Good, thank you. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
My name is Patrick Lucian, DOC number 330864.
All right. Yes, sir. Thank you. Let me, before we get started, would like to acknowledge the folks who've joined us today. Do you have, I have that you have there with you at Angola, Kirk Hall. Is he there with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I can't see.
There's nobody here.
He's in the other, room. I think he went to use the restroom.
Okay.
It says, yeah, he wants to speak on your behalf, right?
Yes, ma'am. He's here. I think he went to use the restroom when we was coming across.
Okay, good. Well, he's there. We'll call on him at the appropriate time. So on Zoom, we have the Parole Project, Channing Blake, and your cousin, Stacy Coleman. And so we'll hear from all three of those people at the appropriate time. We also have some opposition today here with us. Well, on Zoom, we have the DA's office, Mr. Randall Meyer, Tamara Thompson, and Anetra Williams is here with us in Baton Rouge, along with Kenetria Hines, Christine Williams, and Tressa Thompson. And for those who've indicated they'd like to speak, we're going to call on them at the appropriate time. First, let me just read some identifying information. Mr. Lucian, you're classified as a first felony offender. You're seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in Jefferson Parish in September 1993 for a second-degree murder conviction. You received a life sentence. Is that information?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Lucian, tell us a little, make your statement now. We want to hear about you, and we want to hear about why you're seeking this commutation and why do you believe we should vote for you today.
Okay. My name is Patrick Lucian, as you all know. When I came here, it was a different place, and throughout my time being here, I made a lot of mistakes, a lot of bad choices. And it took the time when I ran into Mr. Keith Thompson, Mr. Ray Thompson's brother, who I'm here for. He had told me that, he said, hey man, my family, they told me, my sister-in-law told me that you was a nice guy. And he said, whatever you do, man, don't let this place, destroy you or whatever. And he said, do whatever you have to do to prove yourself. Make it to prove that you're not the person that they sent here. And be the good guy that my sister-in-law says that you are. So as I made a lot of mistakes, I figured eventually I'll get it right. So I put one foot in front of the other and I just kept it moving. And I tried to make the corrective step. I took advantage of the programs here at the Department of Correction to prove that very fact that I am not the person that made that silly decision that cost Mr. Thompson his life, because he was a great provider. And he caught in the middle of that stupidity that was going on between me and another person. He shouldn't have lost his life. And I accept full responsibility for taking the life of Mr. Thompson. Regrettably, he was not an intended target at all. I didn't even know him. And like I said, it was one bad decision after another that led to his death, and he didn't deserve that. And it's not a moment I've been here that I have not lived with the regret of what happened. So, and from the time I've been here, it's not one time that any positive program that I thought of or I've been or participated in that I have not did it with the intention of proving myself to be not the person that came here, not being my worst mistake, but being the person that, who I was created to be. And Mr. Thompson always talked to me. Mr. Keith Thompson always talked to me, and he always encouraged me. So I kept my foot on the ground. I prayed about it, Every time I made one stupid decision or something happened with me here, I just put one foot in front of the other, and I thought about it. I said, man, I'm not that person, and I don't never want to be that person ever again.
All right. All right, well, we'll get a little deeper into it in just a minute. Warren Oliver, what can you tell us about Mr. Lucien?
Here in 1993. He lives in Cyprus. He's a Class A trustee. Works as a stock clerk in our canteen and also walks the airstrip, which is the main road here, picking up trash. He has had a total of 80 disciplinary reports, with the last one being in 2017. He completed his GED in 2010, carpentry school in 2014, 100 hours in 2016, victim awareness and letter training in 2023, and he has a victim letter on file, and his tiger risk is low.
All right, thank you.
Did she say 8 or 80?
80.
8.
80. 80.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, well, let's hear from the Parole Project, Mr. Blake.
Good morning to this honorable board. Channing Blake with Louisiana Parole Project on behalf of Mr. Patrick Lucien. Because he's a trustee, he has VOTEC in carpentry, his programming, he's a stock clerk, he has family support, he's a CPR facilitator, he's gotten his GED, he's a reading tutor, he's involved in JCs, he's active in his church, and because he has the support of the Visiting Room Project, we've accepted him into our program. Should the board make a favorable recommendation for him today, he's going to be provided with transitional housing, employment assistance, social norms, consumer skills, and many more. Mr. Lucien will also be given a reentry specialist that will help him navigate through his reentry process. Because of his record, his rehabilitation, and his strong support system, we ask that you grant him a favorable recommendation today. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Coleman, could we hear from you, ma'am?
Did you say something?
Yes, are you unmuted? Can you unmute your device?
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Are you Stacy?
I'm Stacy. Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Stacy. Thank you.
Yes, good morning. I just wanted to say that Patrick Lucien is my first cousin. We grew up together. And pretty much out of all the family brothers and stuff and siblings he had, I would have never seen this happen with Patrick ever in life. Patrick kind of stayed with my grandmother off and on, you know, helping her and stuff while we was coming up. So this all caught the whole family by surprise. And I know he's a stand-up guy, and what happened is something I know he regrets, and he has the full support of me and my aunt if he's able to be paroled, you know, financially and with housing, and to try to make him be a productive member of society again.
All right, well, thanks for joining us. We appreciate hearing from you. Mr.
Thank
Kurt
you.
Hall there at Angola.
Yes, ma'am.
How are you all? You're doing well. You can keep your seat. That way we'll be able to see you. Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I appeared before the board in 2023 December, and at that time, Mr. Lucien was working alongside me because I was a road walker as well. But he's been a friend for over 12 years. Close friend, in fact, during that period. I had known him, and we met each other through rehabilitative programs offered by the institution and self-help. And we developed a rapport with one another, but it wasn't until he came back and came around me that I actually started seeing a difference, and I had an opportunity to witness his potential. And I started trying to nurture that potential and constantly encouraging him to get involved in things that would make a better him. He expressed the depths of his sorrow for the pain that he caused to an innocent person. And he spent and invested a great deal of time trying to reinvent himself. Unfortunately, he can't change what has come about, but he has changed his person to make certain that that doesn't happen again. And whatever assistance that I may be able to provide to him in his efforts to do the same thing that I'm doing, which is being a model citizen, I'm willing to do that without reserve, because I do recognize that in his early years here, he had a lot of evolving to do. And as they expressed in reviewing his record, that kind of cut off in 2017. And during that period, he's been here around me, and he'll tell you, I really, really stayed on him about the things that he needed to do to reinvent himself.
All right, sir.
For the opportunity.
All right, we'll hear from the opposition now, and we'd like to hear from the folks who are here with us in Baton Rouge first. Who would like to speak first? If you just step up to the podium and introduce yourself and tell us your relationship to Mr. Thompson.
Good morning. My name is Anitra Williams. I'm the older daughter of Ray Charles Sr. My question is, since you say he's trying to rehabilitate himself from 2017, what kind of RVRs or rule violations he had? Are they major, minor? What kind of RVRs are those?
Well, I can answer that. The first, we mentioned 80 write-ups. The first 66 were in his first 10 years. After that, we talked about the 2017 write-up. That was a low court write-up. And before that, the last high court write-up was in 2014. That was for aggravated disobedience. Aggravated disobedience. And we can ask him more about that situation when we talk to him.
And I don't know him. I know he didn't try to take my father's life, but only thing I can know about what he said today, and I just want to know, how do you treat the staff here? Because, this is the closest to the public that he had been around. So if you can't treat the staff, how can we feel okay with you getting back at?
We'll address that during our interview.
And, I know he didn't, like I said, I know he didn't mean to kill my father. I did take that into consideration. I'm open-minded, but I do want to know what type of person he has been and why he's been incarcerated.
We'll do that in our interview. Thank you. Who wants to go next?
My name is Tracy Thompson, and I am the daughter of Ray Thompson Senior. Okay. So I don't know Mr. Lucien either. I don't know nothing about him. Like, it's been over 30 years, and I've been waiting for this day to see the guy who murdered my father. I understand he wants to rehabilitate himself or reinvent himself, but he's still working on that. So he hasn't done it yet. He's not rehabilitated because he's still constantly saying that he's working on it. He regrets what he's done, but he's not that person anymore. I want to know, do he know who he is right now? Who is he now? Who are you now? You're not that person. Who are you? Who were you when you did that? Who were you when you committed that murder? Who were you? We all have different faces and many hats. Your mother, your father, an uncle, a friend, a coworker. But who are you, Mr. Lucien? Like, right? You need to find this out. I'm not ready to have mercy for him. I don't have mercy on him right now because I don't see. I listening to him. I don't think he knows who he is still. He haven't really rehabilitated himself. 80 interactions is a lot. Okay, that's in jail. So when you out of jail, what you going to be doing? I don't have enough faith in his words right now to say any of that. I don't have it right now. He altered my life. My mom's pregnant. My brother never got to meet my dad. My dad was in the army. He served this country. He was a great provider. He worked building ships, barges. My mom didn't have to work. He took her on family trips. He was a family man. I don't have that anymore. He ain't walking in the door anymore.
Never. He's never coming back. So I'm here to fight for my dad's name, and I don't have I'm not saying I don't have any hatred for him. I just don't have any forgiveness. That's it.
Thank you. And lastly? Oh, on Zoom, yeah. Tamara.
Hello.
All right. Hello. Would you introduce yourself and then tell us what you'd like us to know, please?
Yes, my name is Tamara Thompson Whitlock. I am the daughter of Roy Thompson Sr. And I want to start off by saying I forgive him. However, what he did, for every cause, there's an effect. Just because he did something, it caused us to miss out on a lot of things in our lives. Do I forgive him? Yes. Do I think eventually he should be out? I feel like eventually, but I don't think this is the time, because you had 34 years in. And out of 34 years, you had 80 write-ups. And I know what they do when they're in prison. They sit there and say, well, you know what? I know eventually I can try to get out. So I'm going to get my act cleaned up. So when that time comes, they can say yes. Okay, the point is to be rehabilitated, to get yourself together, get your mind right. And I want to say this as well. If you were as remorseful as you say you were, you was in contact with my uncle, my father's brother, whom you shot and killed. When I wrote a letter to you saying how I forgave you, you could have reached back and said, well, I'm sorry, I didn't intend for that to happen. Okay, you didn't intend for it to happen, but you still intended to kill someone. So with that being said, we missed out on a lot. We missed out on the love of another parent. I don't hate you, but you still got some work to do on yourself.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. We appreciate hearing from you today. Thank you so much. Mr. Meyer from the DA's office, please.
Good morning, Randall Meyer, Assistant DA, Jefferson Parish, and we're opposed as well. You heard the victim opposition, and that's one big reason. Mr. Lucien, one thing he said really struck me. He said he made a silly decision. It's not a silly decision that he made a reckless decision. And he went to that bar. He said he made a silly decision. He didn't intend to kill Mr. Thompson. But that reckless decision that he made was going to that bar to kill another person, Mr. Morgan. And fortunately, Mr. Morgan was shot, but not killed. It's not fortunate he was shot, but it was fortunate he was not killed. And for those reasons, you know, we're opposed because I think Mr. Lucien still has some work to do, as Ms. Thompson has just stated. Now, he's only served just over 30 years in prison for this, which is, I think, an insufficient amount of time. Looking at his record, as pointed out, he's got 80 disciplinary reports, the last in 2017, but he was continuing to get them throughout the 2000s. If you look at his programming, I think it's limited. From what I see in the record, he's completed 100 hours substance abuse, victim awareness and victim accountability training. There's a lot more programs that he could take that would help to rehabilitate him prior to a hopeful release at some point in the future. And on that progress report, it indicates that he has a fair institutional record. That's concerning to me. Many times you see inmates come up that have a good institutional record. In this case, Mr. Lucien's is fair. For those reasons, we're opposed to his request.
Okay, Mr. Meyer. Mr. Lucien, your case was assigned to Mr. Prater. I'm going to turn it over to him. Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Lucien.
Hey, how you doing?
Just so I'll get all this straight, is you're currently 53 years old, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you've been 34 years in jail, and you were 20 at the time of the commission of the offense. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In 1991, you went to a bar. You shot two people, Ronald Morgan and Ray Thompson. Ronald Morgan was the intended victim, the intended culprit that you wanted to shoot, and your bullets accidentally went through or bypassed him because he was shot twice and killed Ray Thompson. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And a jury found you guilty of second-degree murder. Is that correct? And sentenced you to life.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Let me ask you something. The one thing that bothers me is in your application, your exact words were this was an accidental homicide committed while trying to defend myself from the local drug boss and his crew. Is that what happened?
Yes, sir. If you would like, I could explain.
Yes, sir. I think I'd like to hear that because it doesn't sound like there's much accountability there, but I want to hear what you got to say about it.
I am solely responsible. I own up to the fact that Mr. Thompson has lost his life. And it's not one time I have not owned up to that. But with regard to the situation with Mr. Morgan, it came from a previous incident, and they told the police that they were going to kill me during this previous altercation. And I was doing odd jobs and everything, working to keep money in my pocket. And they showed up on those jobs and they did me bodily harm. And leading up to the night when this happened, that evening, to be more precise, I was with my mother, and we were celebrating her promotion. And I didn't even know when Mr. Thompson, not Mr. Thompson, excuse me, I'm sorry, Mr. Morgan, Ronald Morgan. I didn't know that he lived in that area. I just knew he sells drugs in the area. And the only reason why I even armed myself in the first place, I was scared, and they told the police that they was going to kill me. And he told me to meet him at James, and that was supposed to be the time, I was supposed to be an on-site target for anybody who found me. So I was scared. I was getting jumped, and I was getting beat up. And they told the police that they intended to kill me. And the night when I went to that bar, I was scared. I feel like I was defenseless because they told the police they were going to do it and nobody went to jail. And I wasn't trying to take matters in my own hand, but I was feeling for my life. I didn't even know what to do. I've never been into it with no drug dealer or nobody else, you know. And they made it clear that I was supposed to be the person that was supposed to pass away. I was not trying to hurt. I really didn't want to hurt nobody, but I reacted, and I can't say that it was not out of fear. I can't say that I can't even say that what happened then, I wish it had never happened. Because every day I got to live with the regret that an innocent person lost their life. And I know, and I listened to what everybody said, but I almost became a victim myself. And I know, you know, people make mistakes, and this is my first offense, and I'm not saying, and I'm not gonna ever, nor am I gonna ever be unremorseful for what happened. Because I got to know more about Mr. Ray Thompson, from his brother, and he helped me. Those changes that you see in my jacket, he helped me along the way the whole time. And I'm always be grateful to him for just even taking the time out to even try to get to know me.
Yes, sir. I read about that and I thought that was kind of a strange little twist. Was there another gun found at the scene? Mr.
No,
Morgan?
sir. No, sir, they say they found a fragment in the wall, what they believe was a projectile from another weapon. But
But-
nobody, they didn't confirm it. They just say they believed it was another fragment from another weapon. It's in my police report.
And Mr. Morgan never admitted having a gun or anything like that.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that till later. Like I said, when I went to that bar and he was walking towards me and I heard somebody say gun. And what I believe was a gun, that's what I thought it was. I couldn't see because it was kind of dark in there. And they say I walked towards him and actually he was walking towards me, but I'm not taking the blame from nobody but myself. I'm the person to blame. But I was in fear for my life. Mr. Morgan had already told his whole gang that I was supposed to be an on-site target. Whoever get me, even if it's him. I don't know what else to say other than I was scared. I was 20 years old. I've never been in this type of trouble before.
Yes, I understand that. And that terrible thing, we don't want to go over the whole case and all of that business, but it said in there that you said you saw a gun and then you pulled the trigger.
Uh-huh. Like I said, it's what I thought, what I believe was a gun. I heard someone, out of all the music you could hear, I heard somebody scream and they hollered gun, and I thought I saw a gun in his hand when he pointed it at me, and I pulled the trigger. That's correct.
Okay, I don't want to get into semantics, but either you saw a gun or you didn't. And, okay, that's all the question.
Mr. Freeman.
What kind of community service work have you done since you've been in prison?
Well, I'm active in church. I teach people life-saving skills with CPR. Amongst other things, I teach classes for human relations. We teach guys how to keep their books together and things like that, where they can kind of like keeping the account of the money that they spend. And help guys out sometime on the medical ward. I go out in the prison canteen. I help them because I used to be a stock clerk there. You know, whatever need to be done. I pray with guys. I try to not consider myself as a mentor, but I try to be positive to teach somebody they don't have to make the same stupid mistakes that I made when I was here, when I first came here.
Okay, you a tier walker?
I used to be years ago.
Okay, how long did you tier walk? I know that's a very tough job.
I want to say, if I had to say, it may have been a year. It might have been a year.
And then last but not least, I heard somebody say something about not enough classes, but you've taken over 47 is what I count. Different classes, courses, and things, and you started taking them early. You didn't wait till you found out you had a chance for parole to start taking them. You started taking them back in the early 2000s. So that's the same.
No, I don't know.
Mr. Let me just mention, well, first of all, I wanted to ask, we do see, and it was brought up by the district attorney, I do see in your record that we have to review, your prison record is considered fair. That's from, it's not signed, but that's completed by, I guess, classification. Can you explain that? Why do you think they say your work is fair instead of good?
That's I don't. It's kind of hard to answer that. I don't even know how to answer that question.
What's your job right now?
My thoughts as of right now.
Job. No, your job.
Oh, my job. I'm a road walker. I pick up paper. And I'm a minimum security risk. I'm out there totally like by myself almost.
So you don't work in the canteen anymore?
No, ma'am, I still go down and help them out. I help them out in the canteen, so I'm still kind of assigned there. I train the other guys that come in. I teach them how the system is ran, how to put things in order. So when the officers come in there, they can go over everything, go walk to it and, you know,
Yeah, so the comments do say that you have a great work ethic, you're not a threat to security, and you're well-mannered and cooperative. And in spite of those remarks, it still says you have a good record a fair record rather than good. I do want to also acknowledge that we've gotten information that you mentioned CPR classes and
Yes,
that you
ma'am.
to use that skill last month in May. Can you tell us what happened?
Well, when the thing we call it team CPR, it's called teaching emergency action methods. And what we do here, according to the American Heart Association, they train us to
Right.
pay
What did
attention to
what
the
did you do
signals.
last month? What did you do? Did you help another inmate that was having trouble? Did you perform
Yes,
CPR?
ma'am. Yes,
That's what I'm
ma'am.
interested in. What happened?
Well, when we looked at the guy, I paid attention to everything, and he was snorting, and then he just stopped breathing. And it's a certain way that the body's supposed to respond when you do what we call tap and shout, and he didn't respond. So I got one of the guys to activate the EMS, and I performed CPR. We pulled him out of the bed, put him on the floor, and I wasn't gonna give up on him because I wouldn't want somebody to give up on me. So some of the officers came later and they got involved, and I was thankful because I was getting tired. But thank God the man made it. He made it.
Well, good. Well, thanks for your quick response. I just wanted to acknowledge that. I don't see any other questions, Mr. Lucian, so I think we're prepared to vote. Mr. Craven?
Yes, my vote is, I appreciate everything that you worked for and done and and that you're a minimum security risk and all that business. However, my vote, because of victim opposition, because of DA's opposition, my vote is to deny.
Mr. Freeman?
The big thing here is that it was an innocent man that got killed, someone that had no involvement whatsoever. And I'm not saying it should have been different if it had been Mr. Morgan, but it would have at least explained things better. So then it's like Ms. Prater says, how long is long enough? I think you've done everything you were supposed to do. You started early on. My vote today is going to be to grant commute to 99 years with immediate parole eligibility.
Mr. Tillins?
My vote is going to be the same, and I would recommend to you that to the grant as Mr. Freeman, but you need to walk away. You should have never went in there. You don't have to prove you're a big man by going in somewhere. You need to avoid trouble. That's the easiest thing. That's the best thing to do. So I agree with Mr. Freeman.
Mrs. Stapleton?
I concur with Mr. Prater.
So that's a vote too.
To not,
To deny.
yeah, to deny.
Okay. Just needed it on the record. Thank
Okay.
you. And Mr. Lucian, my vote today would be to recommend the commutation of your sentence to 99 years with parole eligibility, based on the work that you've done and that you have demonstrated growth. However, it requires 4 votes. You know that. So you've gotten 2 votes to deny, 3 votes to grant. So today your application's been denied, but take heart. The victim's family said that they think you have a little more work to do. So just keep working hard, stay the path, reapply when you can. Good luck.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Young, good morning. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
My name is Wesley Young. My DOC number is 95794.
All right, Mr. Young. Let me acknowledge the folks here or there with you. You have your two friends with you, Merlin Kennard and Marcus Dickerson.
Yes, ma'am.
Here in support. And then on Zoom, we have the Parole Project, Mr. Blake, Reverend Joshua Slack, and LATOYA Young, your niece. And those are the three speakers on your behalf today. Also joining us on Zoom today is the District Attorney's Office, Mr. Randall Meyer, and he'll be speaking at the appropriate time. We'll ask for his remarks. First, let me just read some identifying information. You're here today seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in Jefferson Parish. In February 1980, you received a life sentence for an aggravated rape conviction. Is that information correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Would you take a moment before we get started and hear from your supporters? Tell us why you're seeking a commutation of sentence, and why do you think we should vote for you today?
Yeah.
Mr. Young, we want to hear from you.
Excuse me, ma'am?
We want to hear from.
I can speak.
No, we're going to hear from him first.
They want to know why you feel like you're here today. Why are you here today?
I'm here today, ma'am, because I'm no longer the person I was 45 years ago. And before I go any further, I'd like to express my apology, my remorse to the lady, Brenda Nash, whom I victimized in her family. And I realized the pain and hurt that I've caused them. And I take full responsibility for my action. I realized all the hurt that I caused because of my action.
So why do you think we ought to vote for you today? Tell us what you've done since.
I've taken several courses, ma'am, you said, to try to rectify why I did what I did, try to better myself by taking courses such as victim awareness, risk management, anger management, substance abuse, 100 hours. But most importantly, I'm not that same person anymore, ma'am, that I was 45 years ago.
All right, well, we'll ask you some more questions in a moment. First, we'd like to hear from Warden Olivo. What can you tell us about Mr. Young?
Mr. Young AU'd here in Angola in 1982. He's currently assigned to FF, which is our trustee camp. He works as a groundskeeper there. He's had a total of 117 disciplinary reports, the last one being in 2013. Anger management's been completed, 100 hours has been completed, sex offender treatment was completed, substance abuse, thinking for a change, victim awareness and letter training, and there's a letter on file. Tapuco, and he's a Tiger low score. Oh, it's a wall. Low score. And sorry, we have a waltz in the room. Somebody. Thank you. Offender Young's been enrolled in the GE program numerous times and has been trying for like the past 9.5 years to get his GED. I believe they wrote y'all a letter about that. So that's what I wanted to say today about him.
All right, thank you. So let's hear from Mr. Blake with the Parole Project.
Good morning to this honorable board. Channing Blake with Louisiana Parole Project, appearing on behalf of Mr. Wesley Young. Because he's a trustee and an orderly, his programming, he's active in church, he has support. He's currently enrolled in GED and he resides at Camp F. We've accepted him into our program. Should the board give him a favorable recommendation, we will provide transitional housing, employment assistance, mental health and substance abuse evaluations, and social norms and many other programs that we offer. He will also get a reentry specialist that will mentor him through his reentry process. Today, based upon his record, his rehabilitation, and his strong support system, we ask that you give him a favorable recommendation. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Reverend Joshua Slack, please.
Good morning. Good morning. This is Joshua Slack, or good afternoon, my time. I'm a former neighbor of Wesley from my childhood. He was a mentor, someone we could look up to as young people in the neighborhood. I'm the Reverend Joshua Slack. I grew up in that neighborhood and went to the military, was in the United States Navy, and also I pastored a church in Williamsburg, Virginia. And I just want to speak on Wesley's behalf that, you know, it's heartbreaking that he spent so much time in the penal system, lost his mother, his brothers, and we was all growing up together. And I pray that this board would grant him another opportunity to live out his days with his remaining family, and that God would bless him to become productive. And I just want to get on to say thank you for hearing today.
Thanks for taking the time to join us today. We appreciate hearing from you, sir. And Ms. LaToya Young.
Good morning. That's my uncle. And when I look at him, I have to deal with the fact of I'm 45 years old. So every year my family talk about how long he been in there. So that's how we keep count. Throughout these years, he lost his mom like 3 years ago. His brother, who passed like a year ago. My grandfather like 10 years ago. And all they ever wanted was to see him come home. As far as family support, he have that. I'm in the medical field. His daughter's a nurse, and my sister is a nurse. And my mom, who's his sister, she's the mommy of the family. So as far as support, he have all the love and support that he can need, that he would need to succeed. As far as him, himself, he's a breath of fresh air to talk to. But he's so nervous right now that it's just hurtful to see him like that. And I heard you guys say something about a GED. I think it's the fact that knowing that you have a letter life, what's the point of having it? You know, it's like, I get it. So I understand that. But one thing I respect about him, he always took accountability for what he did. And that speaks volumes to me. But if you grant him, he have all the love, support. He have it. It's just give him to us. Let us take care of him. He's sick. We just want to be able to love on him. That's all my family wanted to do, to see him come home. So if you give him to us, trust me, just let us take care of him. He have nothing else to give. give them to us, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Let us love on them.
Thank you for speaking with us this morning. We appreciate it. We'll move on now to Mr. Meyer from the DA's office.
Good morning. Randall Meyer, Assistant DA, Jefferson Parish. I'm opposed to the request by Mr. Young. Just prior to his arrest on this offense, the 2 years prior to that, his criminal record shows he had 11 arrests, which culminated in this particular arrest and his incarceration for life. So he had no arrest after this. However, during his incarceration, he obtained 117 disciplinary reports. That's pretty significant. In the crime, he attacked the victim, pulled off her clothes, and then raped her. And it's a woman that he knew. I keep trying to think that I don't know that there's any crime that's worse than this particular crime of an aggravated rape. If anyone who can do that to a innocent lady is where he belongs. And for those reasons, we're opposed to his request.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Young, your case is assigned to Mr. Tillis. I'm going to turn it over to him.
Good morning, Mr. Young. How are you?
Good morning, sir.
I went through your case several times. I read through it. I see you've had lots of classes that you've been taking. Which one impressed you the most?
I would say victim awareness, sir.
What did you learn in there?
I've learned the importance of empathy. It's taught me a great deal and value about not just myself, but others as well.
So I see you're trying to get your GED too. So what's happening there?
Yes, sir. I've been putting forth all effort I can on trying to obtain my GED, or I get to the point of my OPT and writing an essay. I get somewhat stagnated on it, but I'm still putting forth efforts on it.
See, what would you do if you were released?
But I would hope to go to in all parish and try to be a mentor to the younger generation, to try to prevent them from making bad choices and winding up in further debt.
Would you think about continuing training, maybe sexual classes?
Most definitely, sir.
I see. I see the remorsefulness, and I can understand. How long have you been incarcerated?
45 years.
Okay, I have no more questions.
Any other questions? No, let me, I'm trying to get to something I wanted you to know and you needed to be aware of.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to state that the victim is unopposed. And she says it's time for him to come home to his family. I have forgiveness for him. It's time. It's in God's hands. So I just wanted to let you know that the victim did say that.
Thank you. That's what I was looking for. I knew that was in there somewhere. Thank you. I appreciate it. I think, Mr. Young, we are prepared to vote. I'm going to ask for Mr. Tillis's vote first.
My vote would be to ask the governor to commute your sentence to 99 years with immediate roll.
Mrs. Stapleton?
My vote's going to be the same because I had read the victim's impact statement, and that goes a long way with me.
Mr. Prater?
I concur.
Mr. Freeman?
I concur.
And adds to I based solely on the support by the victim. You have a unanimous vote today that your sentence be commuted to 99 years with parole eligibility. Good luck to you.
Wesley.
All right, Mr. Kennerson, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number, please.
John Wayne Kennison, 169838.
All right, and let me acknowledge your folks who are getting situated. There with you, you have your brother Abraham, sister-in-law Tanya, Linda, your sister, Joshua, your nephew, Lisa, sister, Elzina, your sister, and your aunt Joyce Thomas. And I have that Abraham and Linda will be speaking on your behalf, and we'll call on them shortly. We also have the Parole Project here who wants to speak on your behalf. First, let me read some identifying information, sir, and then we'll get started. Mr. Kennerson, you're here seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in St. Landry Parish, August of 1991 for a second-degree murder conviction. You're currently serving a life sentence. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So your case has been assigned to Mr. Freeman, but first we want to hear from the speakers, and you first, though. We want to hear your statement. What, why are you seeking relief, and why do you think we should vote for you today?
I have rehabilitated. I took several classes, and I'm very remorseful for what I did to the victim, and I sent out to his family as well, and my family. I know I hurt a lot of people, and I'm very remorseful for what I have done.
What have you done to prepare for today?
I really
Well, I tell you what, we're going to ask you more specific questions during our interview process, so we'll just go ahead and let you gather yourself. Let's hear from Warden Oliver. What can you tell us about Mr. Kennerson?
Mr. Kennerson AU'd at Louisiana State Penitentiary in 1992. He's a Class A trustee housed at Camp F. He works as a janitor and a cleaner. He's had a total of 56 disciplinary reports, with the last report being in 2020. He's taken Thinking for a Change, 100 hours victim awareness and letter training. There is a letter on file in his record. Anger management, substance abuse, and his Tiger score is low. And he's currently enrolled in the GED program as well.
Thank you. So we'll move and hear from those wishing to speak in support before we start the interview. Mr. Kennerson, could we hear from the Parole Project, please?
Good afternoon to this honorable board. Channing Blake with Louisiana Parole Project, appearing on behalf of Mr. John Kennerson. Because he's a trustee and orderly, because of his programming, he's been a tier walker, and his family support, and he's currently residing at Camp F and getting his GED, we have accepted him into our program. If the board deems it necessary to grant him a favorable recommendation, we will provide transitional housing, employment assistance, mental health and substance abuse evaluations, and social norms. He will also be assigned to a reentry specialist that will help him with his reentry process. Because of his record, his rehabilitation, and his strong support system, we ask that you grant him a favorable recommendation today. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we'll move back to Angola. Could we hear from Abraham Kennerson, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead. What would you like us to know about your brother?
I can tell you we miss him, and he really is a good guy. He's very smart. He always did help when he was home in a lot of things. And I mean, he always did guide me the right way.
All right, sir. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. And I mean, I know he changed because I talked to him a lot.
And we do remorse for him, the family and everything. I know them all, I talk to them. And, you know, I feel believe everybody feel like him and I, we feel like he deserves a chance and that he really, you know, feel like he just need a chance in life, like chance.
All right, thank you, sir. And your, Mr. Kennerson's sister, Linda Bills.
Right here.
Hey, ma'am.
Well, good morning to y'all. I am his oldest sister, the oldest sibling of all the kids, and I am also an ordained minister in society. And I can honestly tell you a lot about him when he was growing up. He was a very smart child in school, very attentive. Everything was going well in his life at one point. And I think actually as he grew older, something just occurred down the line. I can't just say exactly what. But as for a person, he was always there. He was there for even myself, even for his oldest nephew, for me when I was working out and stuff like that. I think being young, he just got himself caught up. And as a family minister in the family, I think I can be a great mentor to him to help guide and help lead him and give him good instruction concerning life out there and, you know, the do's, the don'ts, and to help him just have a guide and support in the spiritual realm where he can actually have that spiritual support so that he can live his life you know, more content than ever. And also to the, you know, we're very remorseful to the family, the victim of the family, because being that's our brother, we are really sorry. You know, we were sorry from that first day it ever happened up to now, because, you know, we had chances to love on him, be with him, so be here where they didn't. But we do think that if he's given a second chance at this life, that with the support that we have as a family, we have other sibling, one brother that's not able to make it here today, a couple of them that wasn't able to make it, that we can help lead him down, you know, just be that support for him out there in the free world. And that for me, I truly come in here, come and hang out with him, even doing the rodeos, talking to him on the phone. I truly think he deserves a second chance to just live that life and prove himself that he can be out there. And we also have young family members in the family, young males, that he can be a mentor to guide them right, to tell them the do's and the don'ts, what can happen being laid down the wrong road, that he can help detour their life if they are heading down that path as well. I think he would. I truly believe that he's ready to face society and ready to do what's right in life. And he has a mother that's awaiting by the grace of God, and that would love to. She can't walk, she can't hardly do anything, but she's here. But I just think that we would be a great help to our brother, and that our brother would do well. I think he has proven himself, taking classes now and everything. And truly from talking to him about many things concerning this incident, we talked, and him and I even talked about it years after. And, you know, he talked about how sorry he was and what she had, did that and stuff like that.
Yes, ma'am. Thank y'all for traveling to Angola to be there and support today. It's important. Mr. Kennerson, your case was assigned to Mr. Freeman. Would you answer his questions?
Okay, Mr. Kennerson, good evening. Mr. Kennerson, how long have you been in jail?
35 years.
35 years, okay. Okay, looks like you've had a problem with drugs throughout your life and alcohol. What kind of treatment have you taken since you've been in prison?
I've taken substance abuse, 100 hours, victim awareness, and for a change, school code. I've taken multiple classes.
Well, what you learned from substance abuse class?
Well, I know one thing. I wouldn't do what I was doing. Nothing like that. drinking, smoking, messing with drugs, I wouldn't even think about going that way.
Well, how would you stay away from drugs? What would you do on the outside to keep you from drugs?
I'd be with the right people. I'd be with the right people. I wouldn't be with nobody. All I want is a job and be able to make it and help my family and help other people in the community. I know how to do right and I know how to do wrong. And wrong ain't nowhere around me anymore. As you can see, I did change.
What about, you took any AA meetings, NA meetings, anything like that since you've been incarcerated?
No, sir. I got in the AA.
I see that you were a tier walker. How long were you a tier walker?
I've been a tier walker for many years. I can't keep up with the count. Everywhere I went, I was a tier walker because I did good work when I was a tier walker. You know, when it came to people in the cell, I did good work. If they needed help, I know how to go to the free folks and find the right free person, tell them the dude had something going on in their cell.
How much money that guy owed you? I know it was over drugs that the shooting took place. How much money did he owe you?
Well, sir, I know at the time, money can't give his life back. Regardless of how much it was, I can't undo it. But I was dealing drugs, had an ounce of cocaine.
All right. Okay. And I see in one statement you made, you said you didn't mean to kill him. Well, what did you mean by that?
I did kill him, but if I'm going there to harm you and I happen to push you and you hit your head and fall, I didn't go there to specifically kill you.
But in this situation, you meant to kill him?
No, sir. No, sir. I mean, people in the world know I'm not no killer. If you look at my jacket, I'm not no killer. But I did take a person's life. And I'm remorseful for it. I would do anything that's right if I could have brought that person back. But
Yeah.
I know it can't be done.
All right. And what was your 30H write-up in 2020? What was that about?
A three-way phone call.
Gotcha. Okay. That's good. That explains it to us. That we just wanted to make sure it wasn't nothing major. Which that is major, by the way, but nothing, no drugs and nothing. Okay, I have no further questions.
I got a question.
Mr. Tiller.
What kind of skills have you learned since you've been there?
I worked all over, you know, cut grass, cut a little hair, and I could do anything I set my mind to do, sir.
What do you plan to do if you were released? What kind of job would you try to get? What kind of work would you do?
Whatever available that need to be done, I could do it. And I'm willing to do whatever I could do.
How old are you?
Made 58 today, sir.
So you're young enough to probably sell some more drugs or?
No, sir. No, sir.
It's easy money.
No, sir. No, sir.
I have no more questions.
So are you a tier walker now?
No, ma'am, I clean showers.
You work at death row?
Ma'am?
Work at death row?
Yes, ma'am.
So you're an orderly there.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you ever had a positive drug screen in prison?
What's that?
You ever tested positive for drugs?
No,
in
ma'am.
prison?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
And so
No.
why did you, prior to the write-up about the three-way call, prior to that, it was in 2015. Why did you have the hiccup in 2020 with the three-way call? Why do you think that was?
I understand that question.
Why did you get the right? You were doing well since
Oh,
2015, and then you got a write-up 10. Why?
well, I was at another camp and I made a phone call to a guy and somehow the phone call connected to a three-way. So
Okay.
another party.
Okay. All right. I don't have any other questions. Happy birthday, by the way. I'm
Thank
glad
you.
I got to be there with you on your birthday. I don't see any other questions, I
Do
believe.
you-
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Do you currently go to AA or NA programs? Any kind of substance abuse programs now to keep you on the straight and narrow?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I work with it every day, sir.
Doing what?
Sir, going to meetings and stuff like that, I just graduated from Tapuco Friday. I have
Okay.
that. I have it.
Right. And I didn't hear you, do you have AA and NA talk about a higher power? Tell me about your spirituality. What do you count on as your higher power?
High power. God. I believe in God, sir. With all my heart, I believe in God. As a matter of fact, I brought him with me today, and I sleep with this. I sleep with this, sir. And like I say, pray that y'all give me a second chance. This my only way. And I prove to the world that John Wayne Kennerson can do right and will do right. No can about it. Will do right.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank
Call for the vote, Mr. Freeman.
Mr. Kennison, it's hard to get words out of you, but once we get them, we see that you're doing what we expect of you to do. It was over drugs, it's about drugs. We expect you to try to get some help, make sure you stay off of drugs. And you've done quite a bit of time. I think I'm gonna give you a chance. I think you have great family support. This is a drug deal gone bad. So my vote today would be to commute to 99 years with immediate parole eligibility.
Mr. Tillett?
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
Mrs. Stapleton?
I concur, Mr. Freeman.
Mr. Ford?
I concur with Mr. Tillis.
And as do I, Mr. Kennerson.
Right.
Got a unanimous vote to give you a chance. We're going to recommend a commutation.
Thank y'all. Thank you to the world. I'm gonna prove that I will do right.
Still another hurdle you got to cross. We're going to recommend it to the governor. Good luck to you, sir.
All right, thank y'all. Thank
All right, there we are. We're back live. All right, so you are Miss LeBlanc. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your current mailing address.
My name is Diane.
I need you to speak loud.
I'm Sarah LeBlanc, 656 Michael Street, Monroe, Louisiana. 70073.
All right, thank you. And you are here today. Well, let me acknowledge the folks that we have that have joined us. I don't know if you can turn around and look, you'll see them on Zoom. You have your friend Robin Anton, Alicia Dugas, your aunt, and also we have joining us by Zoom is the DA's office in Jefferson, Mr. Randall Meyer, and we'll hear from all of them at the appropriate time. So you are here today seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in 2000 in Jefferson Parish. Let's see, it was accessory after the fact of second-degree murder. You also possession with intent to distribute marijuana and cocaine. You received a 4-year DOC sentence that was suspended and you were placed on 4 years active probation. Is that correct? All right. So tell us, before we hear from the folks that want to speak on your behalf, tell us why you're here today. Why are you seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms, and why do you need it?
Well, first I want to say thank you, everyone. And I'm gonna cry, so please bear with me. I'm here because I'm sorry. You know, this I was a child. I have brainless. I'm here because I wanna get my civil rights back. I wanna be a contributor. You know, I feel like I'm stuck. I'm 46. I'm stuck at the stage. I'm working. I work. You know, I try my hardest and I do good. I'm blessed. I'm grateful. You know, my life has been good. You know, I have not gotten in trouble. I hang around people, you know, that do bad things. You know, I have a husband, I have a house, you know, that I own that's paid for. You know, like I am doing everything I can, but I'm stuck. You know, I want to get this pardon, like my civil rights. I want it to be an ease for a higher education. You know, to do something different about my life. Right now, I was a waitress for 20 years. I went to the board of realtors, just like you guys. I got approved as of in 2008, and then the market crashed, so I didn't go to do that. I think it was a good idea. Years later, I went for cosmetology. You know, I got my license. I'm doing that now. You know, it's just I want to be better, and I can't be better because of I feel like this keeps me in a rut. You know, I am really sorry, but I hope that answers the question.
It does. Thank you.
Okay.
And we're going to give you a break. We'll listen to the folks that want to speak for you. So first, could we hear from Robin?
Hello. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Robin Brew. I'm a registered nurse and have been a registered nurse for 38 years. I've known Tara since she's about maybe 13. I'm a professor, non-tenured instructor, faculty for the last 20 years at Southeastern Louisiana University in psychiatric nursing. And I have known Tara, you know, I see her 2-3 times a year. She is a wonderful person. Since she was a little girl, she's always said, Miss Robin, I want to be a nurse. I want to be a nurse. And then when all this happened, you know, it's held her back. And I have been encouraging her to continue her education, to continue to, you know, put forth all the effort she can. And this is sort of one of the last hurdles to be able to apply to a nursing school. Because having a felony conviction has really limited her abilities. And my God, she has been just such a good person in my life. Her aunt's life, who I'm best friends with.
New text message from Pan Juicy.
And we're just really very, very hopeful that she will continue to be a great contributor to society. And I hope that you would grant her this pardon. Thank you all so much for letting me speak.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for joining us. And we have an aunt, Alicia Duga. You still on mute?
No, I got on mute.
Yeah.
Hi, I am Melissa Dugas. I am Tara's aunt. My husband is her godfather. We have known Tara, well, my husband has known Tara since she was a small child, since she was born, but I was introduced to Tara when she was about 13. I've watched her grow to the beautiful woman that she is today. And I've seen her struggle. She has a good heart. She wants to do for people. And I think that her good heart and her naivety put her in a compromising position at a very young age. And she made a mistake. And that mistake has been permanently on her record. And that felony has prohibited her from pursuing higher jobs. Once you get that felony conviction, as I'm sure you all know, that it follows you forever, and it makes it very difficult to go to nursing school and get a better paying job other than service work. And so I think she has proven herself and deserves this pardon. Thank you.
Thank you. And let's see, we have the DA's office, Mr. Meyer.
Good afternoon, Randall Meyer, Assistant DA, Jefferson Parish. Ms. LeBlanc's offense occurred in 99 and 2000. She was sentenced to 4 years probation, completed that probationary period without problems, and has gone over 10 years since then with no issues under the law. Based on that and the statements I've heard today, we take no position in her request.
Thank you, sir. All right, Ms. LeBlanc, your case was assigned to Mrs. Stapleton. She'll be asking you some questions.
Okay, so you can kind of breathe a little bit, okay?
I'm right.
Because that was good that the DA's office didn't take a position on this. So let's see, you were about 21 years old when you were charged with this?
I think I made 21 when I was locked in Jefferson Parish, so 21.
So, Tara, how long had you been involved in drugs during that time?
I was never on drugs. It's actually, so when I was 16, I met a guy, and I thought I was in love. I so much, we moved together, he was a bad boy, not a good individual, and just like my aunt said, I thought he loved me, and he sold drugs, and it was in my apartment, it was in my name.
Oh, okay, so he was selling drugs out of your apartment. So when they searched it, that's when they found
Because
everything.
he was already in jail, and then I really truthfully, I don't even know what they found in there to this day.
I'll tell you if you want to hear. It says here crack cocaine and marijuana.
No. I know that, but like where it was or how much it was, I don't know that. All I could tell you is that when he got arrested, I was still living there. Then the police followed me, questioned me, arrested me for the drugs, and everything else because they searched my apartment. It was in my name, and of course, I don't know what happened on his part of why he didn't take the charge or anything, or if it was brought up to him, but since it was my apartment, I got charged.
Mm-hmm. Okay, what about the weapon?
That same boy. I was getting off of work one night, got picked up by him and his friend. They told me what happened, brought me home an hour later, called me and basically threatened me, and I was already scared of him, to get rid of the gun. And the first thing I thought was to throw it in the water, and that's what I did.
I was gonna ask you about that part, 'cause I read that you were fearful, and that's why you did it. So by that time, you were deciding that it wasn't a good situation for you to be in with this person?
At that time, everything was falling apart. You know, after that, you know, I think he got arrested. I don't know what happened on how he got arrested, or at that time, you know, we wasn't on good terms. You know, yes, I do think that, you know, it was falling apart and it wasn't a good relationship.
Yeah, they say it's two ways to say it. Nowadays, you hear people pick your friends, pick your future.
That's true.
Well, and then if you're old country, like my grandma and them was, they say birds of a feather flock together. So same meaning, you know, you gotta be careful how you go with that
Well,
kind of
that's my
stuff.
life right now. You know, I don't have a lot of friends.
Well, being careful. Now, look, I was looking at your job history. And so I saw where there was a lot of jobs, but you continued to work and
Yes,
everything.
Sometimes 2 and 3.
Yeah.
Especially in my younger 20s.
Right, just trying to make ends meet and get ahead. And I did see, all right, so you completed Paul Mitchell.
Yes.
You got your license as a hairdresser?
Cosmetologist.
Right, and so how was that going for you?
Right. That's
Yeah, that's
I don't do the hair too much.
Uh-huh.
And I do nails.
Oh, really? Yeah, I graduated right out of high school and got my license, sure did. But now, are you interested in going into nursing? Is that what we're hearing?
I do want to, and I'm hoping that this, like I mentioned earlier, eases, because I already called the LPN board, and Robin works for Orman. She told me to try the LPN board and ask them about my convictions.
Mhm.
And the person told me that I have to get pre-approved through the nursing board first before I can even apply for school. So I'm hoping that with this pardon, by the grace of God, will ease that, you know, in, you know, trying to apply, that it will help, you know, in a sense. So I mean, I've read their laws and it did say that a pardon really doesn't, but I'm hoping that this and the consideration of 20 years, you know, and I've never been in trouble.
That's right.
You know, maybe it might.
Yeah, that shows a definite change in life. And so let me ask you this. So pardon, but with firearms, how important is the firearms part to you? And
It's
why?
really not that apart. It's really not.
It's just that was part of the,
They asked in the application,
Mhm.
and I considered it and I wanted to do it only because, not because I wanna go shoot anybody.
Right.
For protection, you know, basically, just because, it's the Second Amendment, right? You know, I live in a great area, you know, just something that had an house, really. Truthfully, and if you deny me, then I guess I'll just live up my bed, to be honest with you, though.
okay. Well, I don't have any further questions.
I got one.
Mr. Tillers?
You say you're married? Does he have a gun? So why would you need one?
Well, because he's a convicted felon. Wow.
Yes. So if you get a gun in the house, he's gonna be in trouble.
Yeah.
Well, that's why nobody even thought of that, to be honest with you. They're gonna try to get a pardon, he basically has the same drug charge.
Yeah.
That long ago as well.
You married the guy that you used to date?
Different guy.
Oh, different guy, he has drug problems too?
No, I've been with my husband for almost 13 years. We've been married.
And he had drug problems also.
20 years ago,
You've never used drugs?
never. I mean, I smoked a little weed here and there years ago, but now, I mean, you can take, as long as my hair is, you can take a drug test. Don't do anything.
So what do you think about having a gun now?
Well, I don't think it's an option. And like I said, if it was a no, I'm fine with that. To be honest with you, it was just truthfully for my protection, for a protection thing, that's all.
Thank you. I have no more questions.
All right. Any other questions? Okay, we're ready to vote. Mrs. Stapleton.
Well, I'm gonna vote today to grant your pardon. So that, there's not a hindrance for you in nursing or whatever. And you've had 20 years, with a clean criminal history. So, but not firearms, just pardon without firearms, that's fine.
Mr. Prater,
I concur.
Mr. Freeman,
Also concur to grant without firearm.
Mr. Tillis.
I concur with Ms. Stapleton.
And I vote also to grant the pardon. I was going to say with firearms, but it's not an option. So it's pardon without firearms at this time. And so that's the recommendation we'll make on your behalf. Good luck to you.
All right, look, to each and every one of y'all,
to the podium. Anywhere right there is just fine. And we are live on YouTube at this point. And Mr. Lewis, would you introduce yourself, sir? Tell us your name and current mailing address.
Christopher Lewis, 210 Ventura Drive, this road, Louisiana.
And let me just acknowledge you have some dignitaries here with you today. You have from the Monroe Chamber, Mr. Roy Heatherly, Mayor Friday Ellis, your friend, as well as Vance Price, who are all here in support. Thank you all for coming, and thanks for your patience today as we work through a pretty lengthy document. So let me just read some identifying information, Mr. Lewis. So you're here seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms.
Yes, sir.
You were sentenced in the 4th Judicial District, Washita Parish,
Yes.
in April 2008 for possession of cocaine.
Yes.
You received a 5-year DOC sentence that was suspended, and you were placed on 5 years active probation.
Yes,
Is
ma'am.
that right? So you submitted some materials to us. As you know, we get a lot of information from the DOC, probation and parole and so forth. So we have quite a packet on you, including your movie clip that you sent, which was very helpful. Thank you for that. It's noted, let me just note for the record that you went through drug court.
Yes, ma'am.
And you've not been in any trouble since.
No.
And you've done some great community service work along the way
Yes,
since then. And you want to be an example. There is hope after dope.
Yes, ma'am.
And your record was so complete that we are prepared to vote if you're ready for us to proceed.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, your case was assigned to Mr. Tillis, so I'm going to ask him to vote first.
My vote is to grant.
Pardon with,
With commutation of sentence.
pardon with.
Pardon with firearms. Do you really need a firearm?
Yes, sir.
Why?
I love hunting and fishing.
Okay, pardon with firearms.
Mrs. Staples,
I concur with Mr. Tillis, pardon the firearms.
Mr. Craig,
I concur with Mr. Tillis.
Mr. Freeman.
I concur, Mr. Tillis. You have a very good cleansing period and you are a good way for people to follow. Okay, good inspiration.
And I agree. So my vote also is pardon with restoration of firearms, sir. So I'm glad your friends have traveled here with you today, but we're not going to do our interview. We just voted unanimously to make the recommendation to the governor. All right. Curtis Massey. All right. I don't see, are we at David Wade? Yes. I don't see them, do I see? There we go. All right, the pardon board is reconvening. We're now at David Wade Correctional Center. It's 4 minutes after 1 o'clock on Monday, June 2nd. And would the staff there at Wade please introduce yourself, sir, for the record?
Assistant Warden Ryan Kimball.
Danny Henshaw, classification.
Elizabeth Savage, Lieutenant Colonel.
And we have before us, Mr. Massey.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
Curtis Massey, 119949.
All right, and you have counsel with you today on Zoom. Counsel, would you enter your name for the record?
Yes, it's Marcy Allen. My professional address is 1011 North 7th Street, Monroe, Louisiana, 71201.
Thank you. And also joining us today is Mr. Massey's sister, I believe. Can't see.
It's Dietrich, Your Honor.
Dietrich Massey, thank you. And we'll call on you all at the appropriate time. First, Mr. Massey, let me just read some information into the record. You're here today seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in November 1987 in Ouachita Parish to a life sentence for second-degree murder. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So before we hear from your sister, Dietrich, rather, we'd like to hear from you, Mr. Massey. Tell us, why are you here before the pardon board today? Why are you seeking a relief, and why do you think we should grant you today?
Yes, well, when I was younger, I made a bad decision. And it caused me to get this life sentence. And I just asked the board to give me some relief so I might go back to my loved one.
Warden Kimball, what can you tell us about Mr. Massey?
Yes, ma'am. So I've known Curtis about 17 years. For the majority of that time, Curtis has worked in our toy shop for our Toys for Tots. Recently, he switched over to the St. Jude Toy Project. He requested to do that, and he's done extremely well with that. He uses a lot of his own material that he donates to the St. Jude Project. He does an excellent job for us. He hasn't had an RVR since 2011, as the record would reflect. He's completed Cage Your Rage, AANA. We have it in the system that he has completed victim awareness. However, he's currently enrolled again. I've spoken to Curtis many times about his crime, and he has shown me remorse. I know he's a little nervous this morning, but he's going to be glad to answer any question y'all have as honestly as he can. But pretty much the record reflects itself as it comes to Curtis.
All right, thank you, sir. Dietrich Massey, could we hear from you now? What would you like us to know about your brother?
Good morning. How you all doing? Thanks for giving me this opportunity to speak out for my brother. My name is Dietrich Massey, sister of Curtis Massey. I am elated to speak on behalf of Curtis Massey on the parole board. I am currently employed at Monroe City School as I teach and coaches techniques, boys and girls. I am a track coach for the Massey Miracle Run Foundation, which I named the foundation after my daughter. The doctor stated that my daughter wouldn't be able to walk or run in life, but I, as a parent, did the odds and believed in my daughter. With the God-given talent that I have, I would like for the parole board to grant my brother another chance. I currently worked at Swanson Center for Youth for 26 years, productive law by a citizen. I started that in 2000. I'm sorry. I started working at Swanson in 1999. I currently began my own organization on helping kids to be successful in life since 2007 with my own organization, MASSEY Miracle Run Foundation. I'm currently, if you give me and my brother an opportunity, the chance to be together, I will have him working for my organization. However, I have other options that he can be doing. We came up with this option, SOY, Saving Our Youth, and that's what we working on together. We trying to save our youth out in the community, and that's what I do in the community. I work with my own organization in saving our youth. We travel all over the nation. I have been traveling to the Olympics, which we have been successful in this. And if you all on the board give us a chance, give me a chance to work with my brother, I promise you that this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna save the youth in the community and throughout the nation. Thank you all for listening to me. And I think this is gonna be very successful.
Thank you, and thank you for the work that you do. Ms. Allen, we'd like to hear your presentation, please.
Yes, of course. I have already introduced myself, and when I started preparing my remarks, you know, it felt like a law school exam, honestly, because I have arrows here and there. Flip to the back page and actually start here, and I think that's what I'm going to do. Today, I'm here on Mr. Curtis Massey's behalf. He is respectfully requesting that his sentence be commuted after having been convicted of second-degree murder, the second-degree murder of LaShonda Johnson, and sentenced to life in prison, like he said, on November 6, 1987. At the time he was sentenced, he was 23 years old. And I do use this in my criminal defense practice, and I'm sure you've all heard the data now, but all of the scientific data now shows us that our frontal lobes aren't fully developed until about age 25. And that frontal lobe is super important to good decision making. I am not saying that to make light of the horrible thing that he did. And he is remorseful as anyone else. And I think the assistant warden was probably exactly right that Mr. Massey is nervous today and not as able to sincerely express his remorse as he could if he weren't Johnny on the spot. But it was a horrible thing that he did. He became enraged after being heartbroken and inebriated after finding that the mother of not only his natural child, but his other child had actually had a child with another man. There were no excuses for his actions. But after serving, and I couldn't determine whether it was 38 or 39 years in jail, and spending every one of those years bearing the guilt for his actions and working on improving himself, I do believe that at this point he is entitled, according to the statutes that I reviewed and the administrative code, to have his sentence, or eligible, maybe not entitled is the right word, commuted. He has served a minimum of 25 years. He is disciplinary report free for 36 months. He is not in maximum custody status, and he has marketable job skills. He, before he was incarcerated, he was a carpenter working with one of his uncles. He is in fact a master carpenter and a welder and can do all types of construction work. but you've just heard from his sister that she will employ him. I believe that a detailing place in Monroe, Louisiana, where Miss Massey and Mr. Massey lived, and most of their family lives, had offered and confirmed that they would be willing to hire him, should he one day have his sentence commuted and then be paroled. I think, when I was thinking about why I said flip to the last page first, it's my understanding that Mr. Massey was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer approximately 2 years ago. I don't know the status of his treatment plan, his prognosis, but after doing some online research, I learned that the average survival time for someone with pancreatic cancer is 3 to 3.5 years. And as long as Mr. Massey is serving a life sentence, he will not be eligible to apply for medical parole. And I think that's an issue that definitely, or a factor that should definitely be considered by this honorable parole board. Going through the applicable statutes and the parole board policies, it looks like there are just a ton of different factors that are considered, or, they're all over the place too, in my opinion. It took me a while to hopefully round down all of them. But it looks like, of course, it looks like the primary goals are doing what's in the best interest of society. And also determining that there's a reasonable probability that Mr. Massey is able to be a law-abiding citizen. In this particular circumstance, the likelihood of reoccurrence is very, very small because he was very young. His frontal lobe had not fully developed. There were very, very specific facts at play. Mr. Massey had, found out the mother of his child was having a child by another man, after having learned that she had slept with this man, caught her in bed, actually. And I'm not saying that does not make what he did right, not at all. But the likelihood of something like this happening again when he was 22, I believe, when this offense occurred, or 23. He's almost 60 years old now. I think he'll be 60 in November. And this specific person and those specific types of facts aren't likely to present themselves again. And as we've heard from the assistant warden, it may have taken him some time to grow up, but he has had no infraction in 14 years at all. Looking back at, I looked at the infractions he had prior to 2011, and I have that on a different notepad. I have notepads galore in my lap. Now I do have it on a different notepad, I'm certain. Ah, it's a different notepad that wasn't there. There it is. 38 of the 57 infractions on his conduct report occurred before or at the age of 30. 61.4% of those infractions occurred when he was a young man. I mean, I hate to say this, but I was married at a young age, and I can tell you that the learning curve for my ex-husband was extremely, he had to grow up quite a bit. And I'm not trying to make fun of you gentlemen on the board, because now you are all grown up. I also noticed that of his infractions, there were 12 aggravated disobediences, with the last one being in 2006. There were 6 aggravated work offenses, the last one being in 2000. But there weren't any aggravated fighting offenses, There were no aggravated sex offenses. There were no attempts to escape. And he's 60 years old now. So looking at going forward, I know that the serious of the offense and whether there was premeditation is a consideration. And these are parole considerations. I do understand that. But I think it's kind of all intermashed, and y'all can shut me up if you want to, I promise. But this was certainly not premeditated. This was a crime of passion. He unfortunately did use a weapon. He stabbed LaShonda Johnson to death. The mother of his children, who still call Dietrich Massey their aunt, and who are in frequent contact with their grandmother, Curtis Massey and Dietrich Massey's mother. The only prior criminal history I'm aware of was when Mr. Massey was in high school at Delta High School in Marouge, Louisiana. I think it was at a football game. A fight occurred and he acted in self-defense. Now, I don't know whether that went to trial or whether the DA actually outright dismissed any charges, but it's my understanding that conviction did not occur as a result of that behavior. I'm not aware of any other prior criminal actions. I've talked about his education. He did graduate from Delta High School in Marouge, and also his skills, his work skills. As far as drug and alcohol use, yes, he began drinking when he was in that tumultuous relationship with LaShonda Johnson, who was the victim in this matter. He has attended Alcoholics Anonymous and Narcotics Anonymous while he's been incarcerated, but prior to his incarceration, there was no other drug use. While, with regard to his institutional adjustment and attitude while incarcerated, I believe that his participation in volunteering in so many programs, the Helper Group, AA, and NA, the Lifers Mentor Program, Toastmasters, Stress Management, Victims Awareness, the Recreation Program, Manhood Training Program, Transaction Analysis Program, the Gingerbread House, Toys for Tots, and all of the other things that he has done showed that he has a good attitude and is positive about his life. One of the things Miss Massey had told me previously that she did not share with you today was that he is her rock. He is her prayer warrior. They get on the phone and they pray together. Now, as far as obedience to rules, yes, there were 57 infractions before 2011. But since that time, there has been nothing. He's never been put on extended lockdown from what I could determine. Miss Massey also failed to mention that her elderly mother could have been here today, and her sister Shalene Massey, they're all great supporters of their brother Curtis and are willing to do anything possible should he make his way out of prison to make sure his pathway is a safe and good pathway to walk in the future. They will be willing to provide him with transportation to and from work, housing. Like I said, his family is all located in Monroe, where he would be living with Miss Massey. He has a job waiting for him. They are strongly involved in the church, and he would be involved with them.
Well, I think we have enough information to begin our interview with Mr. Massey. You've done a really good job in telling us his accomplishments and so forth.
Well, I appreciate your time. I know that you guys have been busy and working through lunch, and I had to get 2 or 3 snacks while I was waiting on you to get to me.
Right, well, we'll go ahead, Mr. Massey, Mr. Prater is going to begin the interview. Would you answer his questions?
Good afternoon, Mr. Massey.
How you doing?
I know you're nervous and you don't talk a lot, but I need to get the facts straight to make sure that we are on the same page here. This occurred in 1987, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you used a knife and you broke into this lady's house, cut the screen, opened the door, went inside, talked to her a little bit, and then you stabbed her a couple of times and killed her. Is that basically what happened?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and this is a lady that you knew and had a baby with, and you found out she was running around on you, basically. That is, so it's really a domestic homicide, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I see you've done a lot of good things since you've been there. You got a good write-ups, or as far as folks writing things for you. You got good certificates. Been very active out there. Do have some opposition. The DA, the sheriff, and chiefs of police in both West Monroe and Monroe have reviewed the cases, and they are against any kind of relief. And then there's other opposition. Anyway, that's about all the questions that I have.
Any other questions?
I think we got a couple.
I have, well, it said that you found her in bed in 1986, and then there was a delay to 1987 when you killed her. And it said that, you know, like Mr. Prater was saying, that you broke into the house, that you were actually at that time the ex-boyfriend, and she had a 6-month-old baby by that time. And the baby was found in the bed next to her, and you stabbed her unknown multiple times. You started stabbing her when she told you had to leave. So, and you thought she was on the phone with someone else and wouldn't get off the phone to answer it for you. Is that all true? Is that what happened?
Somewhat, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so it was more or less a jealous rage.
Well,
She broke up with you. Y'all weren't living together at that time.
no, sir, no, ma'am, but we were still seeing each other.
Yeah, well, you had to break into the house to get in there. And then you
Yes, ma'am.
stabbed it. And then the 6-month-old baby was lying in the bed next to her when they found her, because she had been screaming. So it's kind of too, one of those cases now, men and women run around on each other, you know, but somebody breaks in on somebody else because of infidelity and stabs them to death. And then they break up. That's when, you know, domestic violence, a woman does leave and get away, and then she's followed and this happens to her. I think it's a terrible thing, so.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Prater?
What was your contraband in 2011?
Cigarette lighter.
Okay. And do you still have contact with your natural kids today?
Well, my son, he live in Texas. When I talked to him through my mom had more contact with him than I do.
I have no further questions.
All right, Mr. Massey, I don't see any other questions, so I think we're prepared to vote. Mr. Prater will be first.
Mr. Massey, I appreciate everything that you've done, but on a situation like this, on a domestic situation, part of what we have to do is make sure it's not going to happen again, which I don't think anything like it to happen again with you. And then part of it's your rehabilitation. Part of it is also, I think, it's important the message that we send. And on a domestic, on any kind of a murder, cold-blooded murder like this, with the opposition that we have, my vote is going to be to deny.
Mr. Freeman?
Okay, Mr. Massey, you've served 38 years. It seems like you've done a lot of community service since you've been in prison. My vote today would be to grant and commute to 99 years with immediate parole eligibility.
Mr. Tillis?
Mr. Massey, I also concur with Mr. Freeman, and based on the warden's comments, and I see the remorsefulness in you, my vote's going to be to grant.
Mrs. Stapleton.
My vote today is to concur with Mr. Pray.
And my vote today, Mr. Massey, would be based on the remarks by Warden Kimball and all that we have in the record, recognizing you for your community service work within your prison community and outside. And, you know, we do have opposition from the, I want you to know this, my vote's going to be the same as Mr. Freeman to make the recommendation. But you need to know that, you know, the victim's family is opposed to your consideration today, but they do believe in forgiveness, but also believe there's consequences for one's actions. And they believe that your consequences are for a life sentence. But you didn't get you needed 4 votes. You got 3 votes that were favorable to your request, 2 to deny. So the outcome is today your application has been denied, sir. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Well, listen,
I thought it was 4.
I didn't tell you.
She said she concurred.
All right, good afternoon. The pardon board is reconvening. We're at the State Police Barracks. It is 1:33 on Monday, June 2nd, 2025. Morning, Captain. Would you introduce yourself?
Captain
Captain.
Travis, State Police Barracks.
You staff with you there today, or you?
No, ma'am.
All right, it's just you. All right, and we have Mr. Williams with us. Good afternoon, Mr. Williams.
Good afternoon.
Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
DEAIREN Williams, 558033.
All right, sir, and let me acknowledge those who have joined us today. In support, we have the Parole Project and your sisters, Micah Williams and Tisha Williams. And then with us also from the DA's office in opposition is Mr. Meyer with the Jefferson Parish District Attorney's Office. And we'll hear from all of them in just a few minutes. First, Mr. Williams, let me just clarify your DOC, as you said, 558033. You're here seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced as a habitual offender in November 2011. You had attempted armed robbery, 2 counts, and your total sentence, I guess 25 years on each sentence, your total sentence is 50 years. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So tell us, Mr. Williams, what are you seeking today? You're seeking a commutation, but tell us what happened and why you're looking for relief.
Okay, first and foremost, I would like to acknowledge the victims. I am sincerely apologizing to Mr. William Ivy and the McAllisters for the crime that I committed that night. I was young, I was foolish, it was reckless, it was irresponsible of me. Y'all did not deserve to be handled like that in such a way, in a violent way, with guns being pointed in y'all face in front of y'all homes. It is my wish and in my prayer that one day that they can receive the peace and the comfort can be restored back to them based upon what I snatched away from them the night of that crime. I am humbly asking this board for a commutation of sentence of 20 years due to my rehabilitation. Prior to coming to prison, I was young, I was angry, I was frustrated. I didn't have a job. I didn't know how to go about getting a job. I didn't have any work skills. Since I've been incarcerated, I've identified the whys of my past behaviors. And I actually have over 50 certificates addressing those past behaviors. 3 programs that mean the most to me since I've been incarcerated and have played an integral role in changing my life. The first one being Toastmaster International. Within that speaking club, we have a mission statement that says that we provide a supportive and positive learning experience in which members are empowered to develop communication and leadership skills, resulting in greater self-confidence and personal growth. Within that organization, I was able to develop my communication skills, my leadership skills, as well as that personal growth. And immediately once I received those skills, I went out into my community at the previous institution where I was at Dixon Correctional. I became a mentor for youth leadership programs. I became a certified mentor within the community. Everyone knows me. I'm well known throughout that community at Dixon. And the second program that means the most to me is Cajun Rage. I took that program 3 times. And on my 3rd time, I actually became a facilitator of that organization because that program taught me how to de-escalate a hostile situation with calm resolutions, such as the response versus a reaction. And they taught us within Cajun Rage that when you are actually responding to a situation, it is good technique just to breathe and just to regain your composure with sending extra oxygen to the brain, would allow you to make more rational decisions opposed to just reacting off the heat of the moment or off of something that you really don't take any consideration of the consequence of your action. Last but not least, I'm gonna wrap it up, is the Victim Impact Program. Within that organization, we had a woman who taught us that program, and her name is Miss Tammy Freeman. And she gave us a vivid picture on the effects that we have on the victims and our crime. She told us to put ourselves within the victim's shoes. She said, how would you feel if that was your mother, your father, your sister, your brother, or your significant loved one, and someone was to ambush them in the manner that I did, with the point guns in their face, and don't even stop there, but take it a step further to strike them with the weapon? She said, how would you feel? How would you feel? And she said, now take yourself from the secondary victim and place yourself as the primary victim. That's how they feel. So first and foremost, once again, I want to apologize to the victims, to the community, and everybody who else was affected by this crime. I wish it never happened. I wish I can take it back. I am sorry. I am remorseful. And I'm just begging and asking this board to please grant me a commutation of sentence. Thank y'all for allowing me to share my sentiments towards the victims and my remorse, and for considering my application. The crime is armed robbery, attempted armed robbery. The night of, I believe it was February 6th, two of my co-defendants, Ashton Chopin and Howard Cloford, they came to my house and they asked me, do you want to go ahead and commit a robbery? And I was like, yeah, okay. So I retrieved the pellet gun that I had at the time. So we began to walk down maybe like 15 to 16 blocks from my house into another neighborhood. And the first victim, Mr. William Ivy, he was pulling in his driveway, and me and my co-defendants, we approached Mr. William Ivy with guns in his face, and we asked and we demanded him to give us what he had. Mr. William Ivy stated that he didn't have anything. And then at the second demand, he stated again he didn't have anything. And then I struck him with the weapon, ran him down to almost one knee. And then the neighbor's dogs or someone with the barking and kind of scared us off. And then as we running from the scene, one of my co-defendants, Mr. Cloford, he had the .380 caliber at the time, and I had the pellet gun. He fired one shot at Mr. William Ivy. He missed, and after that incident, like minutes later, we went around the corner and we approached two more of my victims. Was the McAllisters. Same scenario. They was getting out of their car. I approached Mr. Don McAllister, I believe. Yes, Mr. Don McAllister, and I asked him to give me what you got. He gave me his wallet. I believe it had maybe like $100 or something or so in there. I said, man, y'all can have what y'all want. So let me get my wife out of the car. My wife was in the car over there. So he went to the car, he left me, and he was able to get his wife out of the car. My other co-defendant, they took the purse from his wife, and he gave us a set of keys. So we immediately tried to start the car, but it was the wrong set of keys he gave us. So we exited the vehicle, and then we just walked on foot. Now, as we walking on foot, there was a patrol unit that came behind us. I can't recall the officer's name, but he got out of the car, he told us to stop, and we ran down the canal bank. One of my co-defendants, Ashton Chopin, he split up from us, so the officer pursued him, and me and Howard Cloford, we got away that night, and basically that what happened pertaining to the crime.
All right, thank you for that information. Captain Washington, what can you tell us about Mr. Williams?
He's been with us for a little over 3 years. A lot of growth. I've seen a lot of growth in Darren since he's been here. He came to us from DCI, and we put him in a job that was a very specific job, and we just recently moved him, and I thought I was going to have to fight his captain when I moved him. He made some great strides since he's been here. As you can see, Toastmasters has been a big part of that, and I'm proud of him. I really am. He came as a young man, and he's matured in those 3.5 years. So I'm proud of the work he's putting in.
Yes. So I'll tell you what, we'll hear from the folks who want to speak on your behalf. First, we'd like to hear from the Parole Project, Mr. Blake.
Good afternoon to this honorable board. Channing Blake with Louisiana Parole Project on behalf of Mr. Deairen Williams. Because of his programming, the fact that he's a program facilitator, Toastmasters, his family support, and the mentoring that he's done while incarcerated, we have taken him and accepted him into our program. Should the board give him a favorable recommendation, we're going to provide him transitional housing, employment assistance, social norms, and consumer skills and more. He's going to be given a reentry specialist that's going to help him transition through the process. Based upon his record, his rehabilitation, and the strong support system, we ask that you give him a favorable recommendation today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And could we hear from, first, we'd like to hear from Micah Williams.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to say I think that the prison sentence is excessive. He was only 16 years old when the alleged crime occurred due to poor friend choices. I do believe that he has done enough years in prison to feel remorseful. Despite the challenges he has faced, he has shown that he wants to be a productive person in life. Since being incarcerated, he has obtained his GED, took college courses, maintained continuous employment, and so on. I do wish that he is granted parole and given another chance. I promise you will not regret it. He had full support from several family members. Me and my husband can provide him with financial support, housing, or whatever he may need. When my mom passed away during his incarceration in 2014, he always kept his head held high, and he was always a great mentor for me and my siblings.
All right, thank you, ma'am. And Nisha, did we hear from you, please?
Good afternoon. Derry has become a very wise man during his incarceration. I do believe he has demonstrated a sincere commitment to change, and he has the capacity to live a productive life. I'm confident that Darren will have a strong support system, as my sister said, and I believe that with the opportunity to be released, he can live positively in the society.
All right, thank you. We appreciate both of you for sharing those remarks with us. Next, we'll move on to the DA's office, Mr. Meyer.
Good afternoon, Randall Meyer, Assistant DA, Jefferson Parish. While I'm noting that Mr. Williams appears to have been doing very well, there is some strong victim opposition. And for that reason, we have an opposition as well. And his recitation of the facts of the case were pretty accurate. The case is pretty accurate. One minor thing is Mr. McAllister stated he took $200, not $100. But a bigger issue is that Mr. McAllister stated that Mr. Williams was the obvious leader of the group and put his gun in both his face and his wife's face. And that has caused them some significant difficulties over the years. He's only served, I think, about 14 of a 50-year sentence that could have been 99 years based on the crime. So for those reasons, insufficient time served and the strong victim opposition, we're also opposed. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Mr. Williams, your case was assigned to Mr. Tillis. Would you answer?
Good afternoon, Mr. Williams.
Good afternoon.
You answered just about every question that I wanted in your statement. And I see that you have done a lot to improve yourself. And Captain Washington, I know I visited your facility and I know how it is to get there, and I appreciate the work that you guys have done. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I have no more questions.
I would like to say about your victim awareness that you talked about. It was clear that you were paying attention in class. And I was impressed with that because the things that you said would be exactly what would be taught in a victim awareness class when you actually put yourself in the place of your victim. And so many things you said I was impressed with, but of course, coming from my background, that was something I'm very familiar with, and I thought it was very impressive.
Were you the ringleader?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that why you got so much time, or was it because you fought your case?
I went to trial, that's why.
That's why. 'Cause I noticed one of your co-defendants got 17 and one of your co-defendants got 10, yet you got 50.
Yes, sir.
All right, no further questions.
Any other questions? All right, I don't see any other questions, Mr. Williams, so I think we're ready to vote. And we'll start with Mr. Tillis.
My vote would be to ask the governor to grant computation of sentence with immediate parole eligibility.
So let me ask for a clarification, Mr. Tillis. His sentence is currently 50 years. He's not eligible for parole. So is it your vote that he become eligible for parole?
Exactly.
And keep the 50-year sentence?
Exactly.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Stapleton?
My vote is to deny for insufficient time served on a 50-year sentence and adamant opposition by the DA, sheriff, judge, and the victims.
Mr. Prater?
My vote's going to be to grant with the and that will throw it to a parole hearing, correct?
Right.
Okay, I'd like to explore this some more. So my vote is to grant parole eligibility.
Mr. Freeman?
My vote is also to grant with immediate parole eligibility.
And my vote would also be, based on the remarks by the captain there and the work that you've done, my vote would also be commute your sentence just to make you parole eligible, not changing. I know you asked to commute to 20 years, similar to your co-defendants, but I think, as Mr. Prater says, we need to explore this some more. So my vote would also be to commute your sentence so that you're immediately parole eligible. You understand?
Yes, ma'am. I appreciate y'all.
All right.
Thank you.
So that is, you've received 4 votes that way. So we'll make that recommendation on your behalf to the governor. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Right. All right.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Ms. Luckett. Are you there with us? Here you are. There you go. Now we see you.
Okay.
Are you off of mute? Turn your your audio off of mute.
There it is.
Yeah, and we're gonna wait till you get to a place where you can be stationary. Are you
All
going
right.
somewhere?
No, I was driving, but I parked the car to get out.
Okay, because we can't really see you while you're walking about.
All right, you can see me now?
Yeah, if you just, that's perfect.
Turn your phone
Okay.
sideways.
If you could just stay there for a moment while we get through this.
Okay.
Ready?
Yes,
So
ma'am.
introduce yourself. Tell us your name and your current mailing address, ma'am.
LATOYA LUCKETT, 4935 Good Drive. That's New Orleans, Louisiana, 70127.
Okay, and you're here today seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms.
Correct.
You were sentenced in Jefferson Parish in September 2003, theft of goods between $100 and $500. You
Correct.
received a 2-year DOC sentence that was suspended. You were placed on 2 years active probation.
Correct.
Is that right? So we also have joining us today the District Attorney's Office from Jefferson, Mr. Meyer. We're going to hear from him in a few minutes. Firstly, tell us why you're seeking a pardon with firearms.
Because that was something that happened over 20-something years ago, and I have grown to be a better person since then. I mean, that was something that, and I would take no excuses running with the wrong crowd, but I can't fault no one but myself for making that dumb act of what I did.
Right? Which was shoplifting, is that right?
Correct, it was.
All right, we'll get into that in just a moment. We'd like to hear from the DA's office, Mr. Meyer.
Yes, ma'am. Randall Meyer, Assistant DA. Reviewing this record, without hearing any other testimony regarding her support or why she's looking for firearms. The offense occurred, I believe, in 2003, 2-year probationary period, which was completed without incident. If we look at the 10-year cleansing period, she makes it under that, beyond that 10-year period, by a couple of months. So based on that, we'll take no position.
All right. Thank you, sir. And Ms. Luckett, your case was assigned to Mrs. Stapleton. Would you answer her question?
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. What was it that you were shoplifting that day?
It was baby clothes that I had took.
It was baby clothes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, then I see that you did a court diversion program. What did that entail?
I had to take classes online and do everything that they asked me to do online, and I had completed that.
Well, what were they talking to you about in this class?
In the class, what I can remember is about the offense of what I did, which was the shoplifting and tools and things to better yourself and not to engage in criminal acts.
Okay, now are you in the medical field? Because I saw where you were going to donate your scrubs. Are you?
I did that already. That was with my job, and I appointed to donate the scrubs during COVID, and we donated it to Touro Hospital and also a nursing home in Luling.
And what is your job?
I'm currently a store manager at City Trends, which is a retail store, and I've been working there over 13 years.
Oh, okay. So you got a stable job. Now,
Yes,
and I
ma'am.
also see where you've got your children involved in helping the homeless.
Yeah. One Christmas, on Christmas morning, we went and donated, not donated, but gave out slippers and household things and socks, all kind of things during for the homeless one Christmas morning. And then I also donate a lot to the homeless shelter on Porter Street, not too far from the courthouse. always give like once a month or something like that. And then also too, they have a place, church on Canal Street for women, and I donated over 1,000 pennies for them as well.
Good for you.
Yes,
Well,
ma'am.
okay, so you've been 20 years since that occurred in your life, correct?
Correct, ma'am.
Okay, all right, I don't have any further questions.
Any other question?
Yeah.
Mr. Tillis?
Do you need a gun?
I wanted to purchase a gun because, I currently live in New Orleans now, and just for safety reasons of how everything's been going. So that's why I was trying to get my rights back as far as, to purchase a firearm.
Okay.
All right, yeah, I don't see any other questions. I think we're ready to vote, Mrs. State.
Today, Ms. Luckett, I'm gonna vote to, pardon you with restoration of firearms, but mainly because your crime was a nonviolent crime also.
Okay.
Mr. Prater,
I concur.
Mr. Freeman,
I concur.
Mr. Tiller.
I concur.
As do I, Ms. Luckett. So you've received a unanimous vote today to make the recommendation for a pardon with restoration of firearms. Good
Okay.
luck to you.
Thank you, guys. Y'all have a blessed day.
You too.
All right.
All right, good afternoon. Ms. Mayfield, are you with us? There you are. Yes, thank you. It's been a long day for you, huh? You're on mute. Can you unmute your phone? Introduce yourself. Tell us your name and mailing address.
Okay. My name is SHATONDRA Mayfield. I'm sorry, what else you need?
Your mailing address.
Oh, 1115 Mavis Drive.
Where is that?
In Baton Rouge, Louisiana, 70810.
There we go. Okay, thank you. And you're here seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in 2008 for aggravated second-degree battery. You received a 15-year DOC sentence that was suspended, and you were placed on 3 years active probation. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So, Ms. Mayfield, tell us why you're seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms, and how did you find yourself in this situation?
Yes, ma'am. Well, today I am seeking a pardon for my past actions, and I truly am sorry for the pain I caused upon the victim. I'm sorry, I'm getting nervous. Okay. So, yeah, it was an unfortunate situation. I was young. It's been like, it happened in 2008. So I was young. I made a bad choice. You know, and then, we got into, it was a conflict, and we got into, you know, altercation. And that's how I ended up in that position. But I'm just truly sorry. And I'm here I'm asking for a pardon today because I take full responsibility for my actions. I know what I did was wrong. I have grown from that. I have maintained stability. I have kept a job. And the reason why I ask for a pardon today is so I can pursue my career goals. I'm not able to work for certain companies, and I'm not able to go to certain schools because of my background. So that's why I'm asking for a pardon today.
All right. Well, so Ms. Mayfield, your case has been assigned to Mr. Freeman. Answer his questions, please.
Okay.
Ms. Mayfield, so this was over a man? Am I understanding that right? Y'all both kind of had interest in the same man, kept staring at each other?
Yeah, it was real stupid. It wasn't over a man, but it was about staring. I think that, you know, I mean, I can say that, yeah, things was escalating. Like, yeah, you know, it was like that. Like, sometimes she would stare or say certain things. And at the time I wasn't dating the guy, but we were friends. And I think that's where it started. Yes.
Okay, and have you run into the victim at all since then?
Oh, no, sir. I just work and take care of my family, come home, and I still, you know, go to school and, you know, gain the knowledge that I want so I can work in the field that I do work in the field that I want, but I just want to be able to pursue those goals. But no, I haven't seen her in a long time.
Okay, because the victim is opposed, and they said that the only time she'd ever saw you, you kind of grinned and laughed.
No, I haven't seen her in years. I couldn't even tell you how she looked. That's how long it's been.
I have no other questions.
Okay. Any other questions or comments?
Well, I know you hadn't seen your victim, but your victim states that she has physical scars, and that the scars got bigger because it caused keloids on her skin. So she lives with the reminder of that incident this day. So I think I know that you apologize and you can't speak directly to your victim, but that's what she.
Okay. And I truly understand, you know, It was a bad choice I made. If I could take it back, I would. And I regret it every single day. It's not what I wanted to do. It was just a bad choice. You know, my judgment was clouded, and I am truly sorry for the victim. I am truly sorry.
All right. There is law enforcement opposition.
Gonna move for an executive session.
Yeah, we have a motion by Mr. Freeman. Second by Mr. Tillis for executive session. Can you call the roll, please?
Renata?
Yes.
Freeman?
Yes.
Prayer?
Yes.
Tillis?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Ms. Mayfield will be in executive session for a few moments to discuss confidential matters. We'll be right back. Stand by.
Yes, ma'am. Oh my gosh. Oh Lord.
All right, we need a motion to go back to regular session.
So moved.
We have a second.
Second.
We have a second. A motion by Mr. Till, a second by Mr. Freeman. Any opposition? All right, no opposition. We'll be back in regular session. It's 2:16 and we are prepared to vote. Ms. Mayfield, we'll start with Mr. Freeman.
Okay, Ms. Mayfield, I mean, looking at your criminal history, which you had none beside this, I don't think you've ever been arrested again since then?
No, sir.
Now, what you did was, that's what concerns me the most. I mean, you cut this lady's face, which left scarring. That's hard for her to ever forget. But my vote today is going to be to grant without firearms. I do not want you with any weapons, and and that's it.
Mr. Tiller?
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
Ms. Stapleton?
I'm gonna have to vote to deny you because, the victim is so adamantly opposed.
Mr. Prater?
My vote's to deny because of the seriousness of the injuries and the seriousness of the violent crime.
And Ms. Mayfield, my vote would be to the district attorney deferred to the board. The law enforcement, as has been mentioned, is opposed because of the violent nature of the offense. But it is your only arrest. And you mentioned your career goals. So my vote today would also be pardon without restoration of firearms. However, I don't know if you know, it takes 4 like votes for any favorable action. So today you've received 3 that were favorable, 2 that were not. So the outcome is that your application has been denied.
Okay.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.